There we go. Good morning, everybody. A little after 10, so we'll get going here. I'll be filling in for Chairman Infantine while he is introducing a bill elsewhere. I'd like to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance and ask Representative Warden if he would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Next, we'll go ahead and have the clerk call the roll.
Infantine, absent. Seaworth, absent. Avellino. Callum. Myself, Mackey, here. Nunez. Warden. Here. Turcott. Here. Prout. Here. Boyd. Here. Huff. Sullivan. Here. Susi. Here. Barudi. Cahill. Here. DiSilvestro. Schmidt. Toomey. Bouchard. Yep, Toomey, here. Bouchard, here. Adjutant. Here. Manival.
Here.
Okay, it is a little after 10. We'll open up the hearing on HB 1053, and I believe to present Representative Adjutant.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Labor Committee. I am here today to introduce HB 1053, a bill which would provide time and a half for any employee who is asked, or more often called in, to work hours with which they were not previously scheduled. The bill is on the other side of the coin of HB 1094, a bill we'll hear later, that would require employees receive at least 7-day notice of their rest periods. It wasn't coordinated, but this feels kind of like an either-or. If the House finds it unnecessary or dangerous for two employers for them to have to notify an employee a week ahead of time what their schedule is expected to be, then the least they could do is pay them a little more for the sacrifice that employee is making for the benefit of the company, whether it's through surprise scheduling or being called into work. The idea behind the bill is simple. Employees have lives. They may use their time off to do chores or errands or spend time with their loved ones or, God forbid, rest. The bill does two things to help secure that time off. It first ensures that an employer really needs that employee to come in by making it so they have to be paid a little more, be paid the time and a half for their work. The other thing it does is that if the employer decides, yeah, we do really need you to come in, that employee is better compensated for having to rearrange their schedule because there are often costs associated with that. I want to refer really quickly to a recent article in NH Business Review, and I want to preface that I really appreciate the folks they quoted on the other side of the debate on this bill. I love the timberland owners. I love their employees. I submitted biomass legislation in the 2020 session, so this isn't in any way adversarial to them, but it's definitely a disagreement. The person that they quoted said, quote, "You take a shot of rain and say, take the afternoon off. Let's work all day on Saturday." And then they'll say, pay me overtime. It wasn't scheduled, which is, frankly, the point of the bill. I want to deconstruct that bit about the surprise Saturday scheduling. Logging and timber employee expects to have that Saturday off. Maybe his kid has a community center soccer game. Maybe that's the only day he can get during the day or during the week to visit a family member in a nursing home who's an hour away if he lives in any of the northern counties. Maybe they planned on spending that day coaching or resting or anything, presumably. That person had made plans for that day. 9 a.m., boss sends a text that says, it's raining, see you on Saturday at 9. Well, now that person is in the position of not only having to rearrange all of that, if they're so lucky to be able to, but if they have a younger kid and their parents were like mine growing up, where they worked opposite schedules to try to get out of childcare, well, now they have 48 hours to try to find childcare that either doesn't exist or it's more expensive because it's the weekend and last minute. And you know what? Frankly, after that, yes, I do think that person deserves time and a half for that trouble. it's not just weather-dependent jobs. Many low-wage, 29-hour-a-week employers also keep their employees in this awful guessing game about when they're working and when they're needed. And even some 40-hour-a-week employers do this as well. I want to extend some power to those employees to help balance that relationship out a little bit. And as such, I would ask the committee OTP this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions for Representative Adjutant? Representative Prout.
Thank you. How would this bill interact if the employee was already due time and a half due to having worked that many hours that week?
That is a good question that I honestly don't know the answer to.
Okay. Follow up? Could you foresee that maybe an employee, if they had two employees, one that was already over the number of hours where they had to be paid time and a half and one that wasn't, they might focus all the unscheduled work on the employee that was already due time and a half, because at least according to one reading of this bill, it would be no different because that employee would already be in the time and a half category.
Well, if I understand the question, and the second employee has less hours on the schedule, then I believe, that would be shifting the hours around in a way that protects as much time off for both employees as possible.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the representative for testifying today and taking our questions. How does this affect salaried employees?
My understanding is that salary employees are in a position already where their hours are pretty well dictated by their employer. So I don't think that they would be amenable to this. Or I don't think this would impact that if their schedule is already pretty flux.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So if a salaried employee was to cover a shift for a hourly employee or vice versa, would the hourly employee be mandated, the employer be mandated to pay the hourly employee time and a half, but not the salaried employee for covering the same shift?
If I believe that would be the case, if the hours are unscheduled and they're not in a salary agreement where their hours are less structured in a typical 9 to 5 or 8 to 4 setting, then yes.
And one last follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
One last follow-up.
Thank you. And how would this apply to part-time employees? Is it still, if employer is only open 4 or 5 hours a day and that employee comes in for covers that 4 or 5 hour shift, still mandated to pay time and a half to that part-time employee?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any other questions? Representative Cahill. Could you turn on your mic?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Would you believe that sometimes employers will penalize the employee for declining the opportunity to come in the unscheduled hours?
I thank you for the question, and I would absolutely believe that. The main thrust of the bill is to provide a little more power balance between the employer and the employee as far as time that employee originally perceived they had off. It raises a stake for the employer a little bit to say, okay, well, I really need you to come in, and I understand that you're sacrificing personal life things, such as any of the family commitments that I had mentioned, and as a consequence of that, you're going to receive more in pay. So that is the intention there.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Adjutant.
Thank you.
I have many cards on this bill. I'd like to start with Rudy Ogden, please.
Good morning. Thank you. For the record, Rudy Ogden, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Labor. Being mindful of everyone's time, I don't want to be overly redundant. I would say that for purposes of administration of this bill, we did have same or some of the similar questions to what we've heard, namely, how would payment be handled in certain scenarios? Our reading of this bill would suggest that salaried individuals would not be entitled to an enhancement. Additionally, per diem employees would not be entitled to an enhancement, but that's just something we wanted clarification on because as presently prescribed, we would see it as not allowing for them to get an enhancement. The other question we had relative to administration, I know there's a bill later on, HB 1094, dealing with scheduling. But I think that one thing to note is not all employers have what would be considered a static or clearly established scheduling procedure. So where this talks about employees subject to a change in scheduling outside of the normal scheduling procedure, we would just want to know, or, if we're dealing with an employer that has a little bit of a more ad hoc scheduling, which is problematic to folks certainly, but we would just want to know in terms of how that should be addressed. Would it be that those individuals would not be subject to this type of enhancement or premium pay? So I'm happy to take any questions or answer any questions. The only thing I would offer or answer from what I've heard is Representative Avalani, when you talked about salaried folks, as Representative Edgen said, generally they're not, they're being paid their set salary regardless of hours worked. So it would not, again, for the reason being, we would not see there being an enhancement here in those types of situations.
Thank you, Mr. Ogden. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner, for being here today. The question I have is, if an employer has 2 employees and they decide to do the call-in game, I'm going to call in Monday, you call in Tuesday, so we both, only have to work 3 days out of our 5 days to make a week's pay. What recourse would the employer have if that happens?
So the employer's then calling the other one and saying they have to come in?
They have to come in and cover that shift because their friend called in and can't come to work.
As per the terms of what the proposed legislation is, they'd be entitled to the enhanced payment.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Ogden. Next, going to call Bruce Berkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the House Labor Committee. For your record, my name is Bruce Berkey. I'm with Sheehan Finney Capital Group, and I'm here on behalf of several clients in opposition to House Bill 1053. We represent Ski New Hampshire. We represent White Mountain Attractions. We represent the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association, as well as the National Federation of Independent Business. And all 4 of those entities are opposed to this bill for multiple reasons. And primarily, speaking of the first 3, Lodging and Restaurant, Ski New Hampshire, and White Mountain Attractions, they are the heart and soul of New Hampshire's tourism community. And in the tourism community, as you may know, there are many factors that go into scheduling. And probably the biggest factor is one that I am not able to control: the weather. And the weather has a major impact on scheduling of employees at these different facilities throughout the state of New Hampshire. And it is very hectic at times to get a full staff, and that is especially true today with the shortage of employees. And so to have the dictates of House Bill 1053 laid upon them during their process of ensuring that they have the correct number of employees to serve the visiting public, it is really important that they have that flexibility. I thought that the point that the deputy commissioner made about scheduling not being static, and that is very, very true in the tourism sector of our state's business community. And so for these reasons, we are in opposition to the bill, and I'd be happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Berkey? Representative Manable.
Yes, thank you for your testimony here today. I wonder if the entities you represent have a view on whether the proposed legislation would actually enhance the workforce staffing circumstances by attracting workers to our state by virtue of this protection.
Well, Representative, and I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. The circumstances under which these businesses are operating in New Hampshire today are very difficult due to that shortage. And any added costs to their business operations will have an impact on hours offered, shifts offered to employees, as well as adding new jobs. And so with a finite amount of money involved, they cannot just, provide for time and a half situations or new employees.
Are there any other? Thank you, Mr. Berkey.
Thank you.
Next, we'll call Commissioner Jasper. Turn on the mic.
Turn on the mic. All right. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I am Commissioner Sean Jasper of the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food. My pleasure to be here. Committee I served on, as I was thinking about it, I think 10 years ago now. Time goes quickly when you're having fun. I'm here in opposition to the bill as it applies to agriculture, which is also another industry that's very dependent on the weather. And it can certainly speak to the fact that agriculture does not tend to be a overly profitable business in the state of New Hampshire. Most people farm because they love it. Doesn't necessarily bring them a lot of financial profit, and certainly from year to year that can be very difficult. And when the weather is having to cancel work schedules or call people in at the last minute. And so to actually have to tie or pay time and a half when you call somebody in when you hadn't scheduled them because it's either suddenly going to rain and you've got to get the hay or vegetables or other things. And there isn't the money to back this up. So I would ask you to consider this very carefully, the negative, and it would definitely be a negative impact on agriculture if farmers suddenly had to start paying time and a half every time they had to call workers in because of the weather or possibly other emergencies, such as situations if you're milking cows and suddenly somebody calls out sick and you've got to call somebody in at the last minute. They're not going to get any more money for that milk, but those cows have to be milked on schedule. Eggs have to be picked, at a certain time, whatever it is. Agriculture is on a schedule. You can't simply say, well, we'll wait till tomorrow when people come in. So this could have a very, very negative impact on agriculture in New Hampshire. I'll leave it at that and be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Commissioner Jasper? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next on the list, I show David Jouet from the BIA.
Members of the committee, For the record, my name is Dave Juvet. I'm a Senior Vice President for Public Policy with the Business and Industry Association. We serve as New Hampshire's statewide Chamber of Commerce. And for the next 3 weeks, I continue to serve as interim president for the association, a position I am happy to give up in early February as our new president will be starting. We are here in opposition to this bill. I don't want to be repetitive, and I know that there are others behind me who will also be opposing the bill. I just want to remind the committee that employers in New Hampshire are having to deal with a couple of different environments. One is the environment that has been created by the COVID-19 pandemic, and that's affecting employers in a couple of different ways. The first is it's affecting their revenue coming into their places of business. If you're a restaurant owner, or if you own a small retail store, or if you own some type of lodging, you're impacted by the fact that people aren't traveling the way they were pre-COVID. People aren't going out to eat the way they were pre-COVID. People aren't coming into bricks and mortar retail stores the way they were pre-COVID. So your revenue is already likely down. The second impact that I think is even more directly related to this bill with COVID-19 is that most, if not all, employers have implemented different pandemic-related rules for coming into the workplace. Used to be, pre-COVID, if you had a sniffle, many people would just show up at work. That's not the case any longer. Employers are saying if you have any type of symptom, sniffles, sore throat, headache, anything, stay home. And so these types of shortages of labor that the bill is envisioning are actually quite common now and completely out of the employer's control. The other environment I want to remind the committee that employers are having to acknowledge now is a significant shortage of labor. I moved to New Hampshire in 1990, so I'm not a lifelong Granite Stater, but I've been here a while. I've worked for the BIA for 22 years. I can't remember a time where there was as significant a labor shortage in the state as there is now that employers are having to deal with. I have one manufacturing member in the Monadnock region who says his criteria for hiring people now is if they can pass a drug test and fog a mirror. That's how desperate he is for employees. So to get to Representative Cahill's would you believe question, yes, I'd be willing to believe that there may be employers out there that may take punitive action if they request an employee to come in for unscheduled time. But I would suggest that's an employer that may be out of business pretty soon because there are plenty of job opportunities for employees who are unhappy in their work situation. And I would suggest that many employees are happy to come into work if they're able to get the extra dollars. So I would ask that you find this bill inexpedient. It's not good public policy, and it's especially bad at this time in our history. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Juvet. Any questions? Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Juvet, for taking the question. Do you find that your employers are having to pay more per employee now than they did pre-COVID?
There's no question that that is happening. They're having, the question of the minimum wage often comes up before this committee. And as we all know, that most, if not all, employers around the state are paying far higher than the minimum wage before COVID hit. But they're certainly having to pay more now. In fact, I often get questions from members calling me asking, what are other employers doing? How high do we have to go? What is the market right now? So there is absolutely no question that that's taking place. I would also add that many employers recognize that calling someone in for unscheduled work could be a burden. And if the individual says that they absolutely can't, well, then they absolutely can't. But for those who say they can, employers are often doing a lot. And I'll use the BIA as an example. We're a relatively small shop. We have 8 employees. But with the exception of one person, we're all salaried, exempt employees. But we're occasionally called on to work on what would normally be considered after office hours. For those of you who've attended our leadership summit, you know that that takes place on a Sunday and staff is expected to be there. For those of you who've attended our annual dinner, that takes place at night. Staff is expected to be there. My employer, in order to recognize that staff is sacrificing and working at a time that they normally wouldn't be, provides compensation time. They'll say, take a half day off, fill out a slip, say it's comp time for the annual dinner. And so employers are trying to find ways to work with employees to recognize that they are giving up on their time when they're coming in for unscheduled work.
Any other further questions? Seeing none, thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Dubay.
Chairman.
Next, I'd like to call Gina Balkus.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Gina Balkus, CEO of the Granite State Home Health and Hospice Association. Our organization advocates for home care and hospice agencies, and palliative care providers, and the people they serve. We are opposed to House Bill 1053. This bill would require employers to pay time and a half for workers called into work and not previously scheduled, and this is really untenable for home care and hospice agencies. The patient census for home care and hospice agencies changes daily. If more patients are discharged from hospitals or referred by doctors, the census will go up. If a patient cared for at home is readmitted to a hospital or dies on hospice, the census will decline. Patient acuity also changes. Their conditions may worsen and more home visits may be needed. Another example is when a person who's enrolled in New Hampshire's Medicaid Waiver Choices for Independence program, or CFI, becomes eligible for more hours of care. The need for personal care services and staff will increase. So because of this fluctuation in census and acuity, agencies often cannot predict how many workers they will need to schedule in advance. Also, if scheduled staff call out, patients still need services, so other staff will be called in to replace them. Most of our part-time workers are per diem employees who welcome the flexibility of choosing the days they work, but they also recognize and expect that they may be asked to consider additional shifts on short notice. So paying time and a half for unscheduled employees called into work is not feasible because most home care and hospice agencies depend on government-funded reimbursement programs such as Medicare, Medicaid, CFI, or VA. And the payments to agencies are set for these programs, and there is no ability to obtain higher payments for higher wages. And these programs barely cover the cost of care now. House Bill 1053 would cause labor costs to increase, and many of these agencies would likely stop participating in some of these government-funded programs, and so patients would go without care. I would urge the committee to find House Bill 1053 as inexpedient to legislate, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative
Manival.
Manival. I'm still learning, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in to testify. I just had one quick question. You mentioned in your testimony that employees with which you were familiar appreciated the opportunity to select certain hours and so forth. And you added that they understood that they might have to consider, that was the word you used, extra shifts on short notice. In your experience or in your workplace, are those circumstances where the employee has the option to consider and thus either accept or reject the extra shift, or is there some different approach?
Generally, I believe that especially for per diem staff, they're asked to come in and they may decline. I don't think any employer can force an employee to come in to work. I guess there could certainly be, an employer could say, if you don't come into work, we're going to fire you, but that is not my understanding of how it works in home care or hospice, because most of the employees are per diem. Now, the Deputy Commissioner of Labor said it would likely not apply to per diem, but I don't see that in the statute. And so I think that would need to be clarified.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
I do have copies of my testimony for you.
I have two cards left. Gary Abbott from the Associated General Contractors.
Thank you, Chairman, committee members. For the record, my name's Gary Abbott. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Associated General Contractors of New Hampshire. Our organization looked at this bill. I represent building and highway contractors in the state. We looked at this bill, and we really would want a definition of what an employer's normal scheduling is. In construction, if you're a plumber, you can get called out all the time for different emergencies, different days. The office, if it's a big plumbing firm, may be doing scheduling the day before. So you might have to be called in on a weekend if some plumbing problem happens. Then we also have weather issues. I represent highway contractors. It's pretty clear in the contracts that you don't pave in the rain when it's really pouring or bad weather. A lot of times the companies will switch to working on a Saturday or a Saturday and a Sunday. That's kind of a normal procedure. So when it says the employer is normally scheduling, would they be in compliance or not in compliance? It's also surprised that this bill doesn't have a fiscal note. This could be very expensive, and not only for private employers, but for the state of New Hampshire. A few years ago, we had a sinkhole on I-93. The DOT called in contractors to help quickly fix that. As that was opening up, we had to close the road here in Concord. DOT employees had to be there. They worked into the night fixing that repair. Everybody's proud that how quickly they fixed that problem and keeping the highway open. But how would they interpret this bill? Everybody would be getting time and a half because it wasn't a normal. This is very problematic. So our association opposes House Bill 1053, and I would agree with some of the other previous speakers. I can tell you in my office, there hasn't been normal scheduling of employees since COVID started. Employers like myself are very flexible. The old days of hourly from 8 to 5 o'clock are probably gone. There's a lot more flexibility. And with COVID, you have to be flexible in case somebody comes down with something and it has to be out. You got to make those changes. Every firm, even whether it's a construction firm, is dealing with COVID and employees calling out. This bill would be very problematic to keeping the operation going. And so, again, I would hope this committee would vote ITL on House Bill 1053.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Question is Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Abbott, for taking my question. In your line of work or your people you represent line of work, are you noticing a shortage of products that are causing a lot of rescheduling?
We clearly have supply chain issues. It's probably one of the top issues that we're discussing with state agencies as far as trying to fulfill the obligations of contracts and getting products. And it clearly is an issue for the construction industry. Also, the previous question was asked about employees and finding employees. Very, very difficult in this market. Contractors are doing everything in their power to keep their employees. And I know I represent some companies that will tell me, you come to work for us, you're going to start at $25 an hour.
Follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow-up?
Thank you. Thank you for the follow-up. So if you had to factor in this time and a half for scheduling changes, how would that affect your contracts?
Well, I think this is where the fiscal note comes in. We might have a contract with the DOT to perform for a certain dollar amount. It clearly would affect that if the costs of, I got $40 an hour employees working on a project, the costs are going to dramatically change depending on how this is interpreted. I think right now I would make a plea to the Labor Department that our normaling schedule fluctuates all the time, and this wouldn't apply to us. That would be my first answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any further questions? Representative Huff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Abbott, for taking my question. I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of the folks that you might deal with are union.
No, I would say 90% are open shop, about 10% are union.
Okay. Follow-up. So my question really kind of is about union. Generally speaking, my understanding is unions will have an agreement, and they may have a pay schedule. Well, what if you're at the top of that pay schedule?
Well, I do at one part of my career, I did for the association negotiate union agreements. And yes, between labor and management, they negotiate those terms of whether it's vacation days, holidays, how other days work and time. But that's negotiated. And I think this is where the problem with any of these bills, where the employer's relationship with the employees is either defined by a union agreement. Even in open shop, there's usually a clear understanding how flexible a company is with their employees. We don't see big issues to require this. I hope that answers your question, but you're right. This could affect those labor agreements.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Abbott.
Thank you.
Last card I hold in my hand, Curtis Berry, New Hampshire Retail Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Good morning, and it's great to be back in committee. My name is Curtis Barry, here on behalf of the New Hampshire Retail Association. The association represents several hundred members across New Hampshire that range from both the national major chains to small Main Street shops and everything in between. And the association is opposed to this bill, and I'd like to give you a couple of very specific retail examples of why. Retailers of all sizes, just like the industries that you've heard from previously this morning, find it very difficult to find employees. There's one major chain with one specific location in southern New Hampshire that for the holiday season spent the entire holiday season 45 positions short of their optimal schedule. To make matters worse, at some point in the beginning, back in the fall, they had actually hired 30 individuals who did not show up for the work, presumably found another job and didn't bother to tell anybody. At any given time over the last several months, they're around 11 people short that are out because they've tested positive for COVID. And this is on top of folks offering incentives, including that particular retailer, added hourly wage for weekend shifts, a $300 bonus, for example, for finishing out the holiday season. And still they're finding it extremely difficult, if not impossible, to find employees. The COVID situation with the 11 employees out on any given day sort of exacerbates the impact of this bill because employers are having to scramble at the last minute more than the typical cold and flu season. In addition, many of the major members have apps for the phone where employees can swap shifts. I want to take this day off when I'm scheduled to, and they post their shift where somebody else, another employee, can willingly accept the offer. This bill forces the employer then in that case to pay them time and a half when they willingly, either at the request of a fellow employee or the employer, to come into work. The other retail-specific example I'd like to give you is in the furniture and appliance sector. Furniture stores are telling us, and you've probably heard from constituents or other people that you know, to place an order for a piece of furniture nowadays means a 12-month wait. It's an awful long time. The customer puts a deposit down on a piece of furniture at a set price. And in the interim, shipping costs and other costs could increase and have increased significantly. The furniture store at that point can't go back to the customer and say, geez, my costs have increased, we're going to pass this on to you. It just doesn't work that way. The furniture store eats the difference in cost. So I can foresee a situation where the truck shows up, there's a bunch of furniture unloaded at the store, they want to get it delivered to the customer as soon as possible, and they ask employees to come in and do that. This provision would likely put them in the red for that piece of furniture, and that's not a business model that's going to be sustained for very long. So for all of those reasons, the Retail Association opposes this bill and asks you to find it inexpedient to legislate. Mr. Chair, I'm happy to answer questions to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Any questions? Representative Avaloni?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today for our questions. You mentioned the app where employees can switch shifts that have already been previously scheduled. Upon reading this provision, would time and a half apply to those employees who have just switched out of their schedules?
I believe it would, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any other further questions? Representative Manable?
Yes, thank you for your testimony. I understand the points you've made about COVID and the shift switching issues. The other two, though, I struggle with a bit. And so my question to you, I guess, is twofold. As to the concern about the availability of workers, which we all are familiar with, wouldn't, and given the mobility of workers between this state and other states, wouldn't this kind of a bill, and this one in particular, be viewed by the retail industry as a means by which to attract workers to come or stay here? And part B, in respect to the cost issue that you raised at the end, wouldn't the idea of predictability regarding the cost to be incurred for work of this sort be more able to be factored into a pricing mechanism than a haphazard approach?
Thank you for the question. And I apologize that my response earlier in my testimony may not have been thorough enough, as I was trying to address your earlier question from earlier in the hearing. Retailers are making every effort that they can to provide a financial incentive for people to come and work, and it's just not working. So an additional time and a half in this case, I think they're already covering. In addition, I would suggest that whether it be a store owner or store manager, in their case, knows what's sustainable for their individual situation. They're doing what's within their means to attract employees. So I think they're already covering that. They know what is going to be necessary, but understand there's a balancing act, right? Retailers sell items that are price sensitive. There's a decision you make between buying item A or item B. There's a decision consumers make between buying item A and not buying anything at all. So there's only so much that they can pass on before affecting their sales. So I suggest they're already doing what they can to attract the additional employees.
Thank you. Any other further questions? Representative Prout?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Do you know of any prohibition in current law that would make an employer that they couldn't offer as an enticement for employees to come in for work not previously scheduled, time and a half for that shift as part of the request to come in?
Thank you for the question. No, I don't. And in fact, I'm aware in at least some industries that's happening.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's the last card I have. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak for or against HB 1053? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing on that, and I'll turn the gavel back to Chairman Infantine.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable members, for welcoming me into your committee. It's been the first time I've been before you in a long time. So this is a bill, just a study committee. I know that there are members who are understandably reticent to do yet another study committee, but this has not been studied ever that I could find. A study committee to study the effects of high heat and temperature on employee working conditions. And this was something that I wanted to look into because of my personal experience with a whole host of different people. I am a CDL licensed driver. I have driven for public transit for 5 years. And I also have had, my entire family has always been basically in the restaurant industry. So I've had a myriad of family members, friends, neighbors, and bus passengers that I've just heard stories from, not because I had solicited any particular stories about heat, but just they would come home or be on my bus going home from work and talk about the conditions that they had to work in. And honestly, over my life, hearing these stories, it's horrifying. It's something that you would imagine that would exist in another country or in the, maybe 100 years ago in a factory. Stories of cooks that have to work over open flames with no real ventilation in the kitchen, no air conditioning in their kitchens. Stories of people who have to do wood construction in these shops that have no reasonable air conditioning or proper ventilation. And from what I could dig up, it's not something that OSHA has done a thorough job of covering. So I would just like to see, in understanding that there's a lot of factors here in terms of what would be expected in a particular industry, in terms of what exact temperatures had an effect at what humidity levels, what kind of airflow you would need for someone to remain healthy and being able to actively do their job over hours, what kind of access to water they might need. That this is something that just needs more study than I certainly can put in as an individual. It needs more expertise than I have. But I am quite adamant and happy to talk at length about the literal dozens of people that I've heard talk about high heat working conditions over the years. So just want to know if we can study what we can possibly do about this, and I think that this is something that is worth the study, worth looking into. And that's really my testimony, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions? Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Thank you for being here. And Mr. Chairman, if I'm out of order, you'll be quick to tell me. But there is Bill HB 1304, which is intended to study the impact of outdoor working conditions in heat and cold. It's not the same as what you're talking about, but it's awfully similar. I guess I'd just like to hear how you think. I mean, establishing two study committees would, I think, be foolish. How could you see dealing with the needs of both of these bills?
So thank you for the question. Obviously, when I submitted this idea to OLS, and with the understanding that typically the lawyers will notify you if you're working on similar legislation as another member, but I was not notified, so I didn't realize that this other bill was going in. I'm very happy for these two study committees to be rolled into one, and I think the wording would have to do something about studying the effects of both high and low temperatures, regardless of indoor or outdoor situations.
I wasn't going to call you out of order. This is labor. We all get along. Any other questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
That was the easiest yet. I'll be here all day, so thank you.
Just a few announcements. If you have not heard, the speaker has requested that we move up by 1 week when we get our bills in second committee, our financial bills. We only have 2 of them, and I have scheduled both of them. We've already heard one of them, and we will getting the second one, I believe, next time we meet, we'll be discussing it, so we will have to exec those and have them out of our committee by February 10th. The speaker intends to have a House session the week of the 15th of February. So we don't know where or what day of the week, but at this point, it is my goal to have all of our bills heard by February 10th, Thursday, February 10th. Some we will be execing. Always be prepared from the next session on to be here in person as best you can. If you cannot, find a replacement for yourself because we will be execing bills each of the next 2 Labor Committee sessions or meetings. Yes. I try to do them in groups. I was at a committee recently, and we all have different personalities in how we run committees, but boy, you guys lucky you're on that committee. Someone was asked to, wanted to tell me as a presenting representative that there was a typo, and the chairman requested that they form in the phrase of a parliamentary procedure or something. It was just as simple as typo on line 3. And then they were execing bills 15 minutes after they heard them, which kind of as a rule I don't think we should do. It's up to any chairman how they want to do it. So I'd like to give you as much time in advance to let you know what bills are coming up and which ones are going to be exec. If you look in your calendar, which should come out tomorrow, you'll see that Heather and I were very busy the last 24 hours trying to put all these together, let everyone know what is going to be exec and when. I don't like pulling stuff out. I don't like pulling stuff out at the last minute. You can have, everyone has an opportunity, to say their piece. There's no gotcha stuff going on. So, any other questions of the chair at this point? Okay. Yes, Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to stick with Thursdays.
Yes. That seemed to be the most consistent. Now, I know there's a few people, one of us needs to fly the friendly skies, so we're going to try to do some things earlier in the day, and other people have, obviously, a number of you have emailed me that you have interim conflicts, that you have to go to a hearing, present your bill, speak on behalf, just like I did this morning. That's all fine and good. I will try to accommodate as much as possible. If someone here has a bill and they cannot be there for a certain day, if there's an exec on that bill, I will not do that day. Unless I'm going to find a crunch with time with the 2 second committee bills, which is not going to happen. So just let me know. I believe someone else has let me know when they're not going to be around. So people have been pretty good about letting me know. But it's very important. I respect the fact that some people don't want to come into the committee room. But if you cannot on the 27th or the 3rd, at this point, please tell your party leader that you need to be replaced at least 24 hours in advance so we can get someone here. Because I don't want anyone to say, well, we didn't get to vote. We didn't know there was going to be executive session. So, all right. Okay. We got 5 minutes, bathroom break. Anything anyone wants to do? You're recognized to introduce your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, long time no see, everyone. Thank you, honorable members. For the record, again, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockingham 17, Newmarket, and Newfields. And this is, I've put this in before, I believe in 2019, as part of a kind of almost an omnibus little combination bill. And at that time, so this is, just to explain it, this would be prohibiting the use of a credit history check in employment decisions for most jobs. At that time, it was a almost entire prohibition, and there was a lobbyist for the banking industry that approached me and said, we would be fine with this if you exempted certain types of positions that are kind of fiscally sensitive. And I thought that was a perfectly reasonable compromise. So this contains that compromise. I am aware that there is a lobbyist for representing a number of employer clients that is here in opposition. I did just speak with him, and I believe we can work on clarifying language. Specifically, his concern primarily was that a concern that this might not include employees of contractors. So I am happy to work on an amendment to clarify that provided those those positions where those contractor employees would be used are sensitive positions, that they also be allowed to credit check those employees. But having said that, I think that the reason this is necessary, and I realize we're currently in a labor shortage, and I was in the committee office right here and overheard someone say currently people are hiring anybody who can, I think, pass a literacy test and fog a mirror or something to that effect. I understand that, right now this might not be a huge concern for your everyday employers and employees, but it will certainly be a concern again. And the issue is that we believe that we have a system where if you just hunker down and work hard and save up money, you can get there, right? We believe in that system, that kind of meritocracy, good hard work is rewarded. But the problem with our current system, if you're credit checking employees who happen to get into a situation where they didn't have enough money to cover their bills, now they're stuck, they're in a catch-22. They can't get a job to pay those bills, but you're not allowing them to have a job in order to pay those bills. So they're stuck, and that isn't consistent with our ideals. It isn't consistent with our belief that just enough hard work and hunkering down will get someone where they need to go. And I kind of want to push back on, I think there's a bit of a stigma when it comes to people that we call poor. Actually, this is a sociology term, the unworthy poor. This stigma that people with, in this case, bad credit history, that they're just no good. They're just irresponsible, lazy, no good people. And the truth of the matter is, when you actually look at individuals, we're talking about people who went through divorce, who had health concerns, who are going through perhaps a bad economy right now, who have had any number of issues happen to them in their lives. Are there irresponsible people in the world? Absolutely. But there's a whole bunch of people through no moral failing of theirs who just happen to hit rough times. And what we're doing to those people is cutting their legs out from under them and not enabling them to work their way back up into a good position. So again, I'm happy to add any kind of clarifying language to make sure any and all sensitive positions are allowed to credit check those employees. But, I was security guard contracted employees was brought up. I'm happy to work with that, but I think for most positions, what we need to do is make sure people are able, give them a ladder so that they can climb back up. With that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions for the presenter? Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, representatives from Newmarket.
Thank you.
I've been on this committee for a while, and I've seen this bill a few times, and I'm always disappointed that it doesn't pass, because I think it is unreasonable to limit someone's possibilities because of some prior error that may not have been an error at all, maybe it's circumstances, as you mentioned, medical bills, a divorce, maybe your spouse has run up to credit and you had no control over that. And I've also learned that there are many times the credit reporting agencies have errors. And you could be, I think I heard from a previous sponsor of the bill that he was in the LOB testifying, and yet someone said he bought a tractor in South Carolina. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, would you, no. Anyway, so do you feel as though, I see you've got most of the exemptions covered. Is there a reason why? I mean, have you heard of examples where someone has passed a credit check and yet somehow embezzled? I've seen town managers that have embezzled. Isn't a credit history, passing a credit history, not a it isn't a guarantee that something won't happen. You won't have gambling debts from some other circumstance or some other thing that happened that leads you to pilfer something from the drawer.
Right. Was that all?
That's yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, my honorable co-representative Newmarket. So, right, there is no guarantee in life. You are absolutely correct. And certainly people who happen to have a lot of money, and we can name any number of news stories on this issue, who have a lot of money and have a lot of great credit, have been caught doing some really awful things, including financial things, or especially perhaps financial things, because a lot of times that's how they got that money to begin with. But you're right that there is no guarantee. But again, I have put in those exemptions. And, I also wanted to point out, yes, I pointed out that people may have ended up in bad credit because of divorce or health crises or what have you, even just a bad economy, right? Because if we believe that people with bad credit are simply, no good, irresponsible people, then why is it that the worse the economy gets, all of a sudden there's more immoral people that have bad credit? No, it's something that impacts everybody regardless of their morality or worthwhileness. But also young people, right? Young people, that's an example of no credit. But if you credit check all these positions, there's a real barrier to building up good credit as a young person. So I understand that perhaps an employer would make an argument of, well, I would like to see this person's moral character. I want to know that I'm hiring a responsible, good person. But the point is that this is not reflective necessarily of their responsibility. And unless you're hiring them for a sensitive position, that's really none of your concern. And you have to enable those people to work their way up and out of debt. So thank you for the question, Representative.
Any other questions? Representative Prout, followed by sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Where my head is at is that the process of performing a credit check for the employer is not free, and I can't see them performing it for no reason. So can you give me some examples of positions that people are running credit checks that don't fall under one of your exemptions, what you're trying to stop? Because I can't see, someone running a credit check for a landscaping job or something, that there's no reason behind why the employer wants the credit check.
I just off the top of my head recently heard of someone who was denied a job as a sales job at a Harley Davidson because of a credit check.
Was part of that job negotiating the final price? I mean, it almost seems like that would, fit under the exemption Roman numeral 3.
My understanding is, in which case it shouldn't be a problem passing this, right? But my understanding is that while they had negotiation skills, they're limited to a certain range in which, so there's a bottom line that they can't go beneath. So there's that limitation, and yes, they were able to negotiate the price, but they weren't responsible for taking the person's money. That was all done by the structure in the organization. So not the person in charge of actually doing the money work. So
Thank you, and apologies to the chairman for forgetting to ask for follow-up.
No worries. You're all set, Representative? Representative Huff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I see a small area here that I'm not quite sold on. And what that is this law appears to be telling an employer what they may or may not be able to consider in hiring an employee. Now, my question is how are you going to enforce that? It's almost like, and I don't want to use this term in the broad sense, but it's almost like thought police. You're saying to an employer, do your due diligence to get the employee that you want, but don't think about this. So how would you enforce that?
So it's not thought police, it's not don't think, it says shall use or request information in the credit history. So they can think whatever they want, but they can't actually go after your credit report.
Okay, follow up.
I mean, to further answer that question, for example, we are in a state where employers can largely employ or fire whoever they want. So technically, if you come in and they don't know your credit report, but you just, for whatever reason, your dress, your hygiene, you just look like you're not a responsible person, they can not hire you based on that, obviously.
Right.
So it's not thought police is my point.
Follow up?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
For Representative Cahill, any other first-time around questions? Representative Cahill, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and a very brief one this time. Doesn't the question of doing a credit history, doesn't that sort of go to our disdain for interfering in people's privacy, their financial records, and who knows what else they would learn if studying your credit history?
Thank you so much for the question. That is a point that I failed to mention in my testimony and had thought to mention originally, that there is a certain expected level of privacy. For example, if my bedroom habits are, considered private and those habits don't impact a potential job that I might be filling, we would all consider extremely invasive for an employer to somehow get an official record of what I might be interested in the bedroom, right? So that would be entirely invasive of my privacy and have nothing to do with the job. So likewise, your potential employer could find out any number of whatever habits or interests or whatever you might have by looking at a credit report. So yes, it's invasive. The point is if it has nothing to do with the job that you're being hired for, then it should be none of their business, and it shouldn't be considered, because you have a right to build yourself up and save up money, work hard, and get out of debt.
Any additional questions for the presenter?
Oh, I think that shut it down.
Seeing none, thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
And before I call Bruce Berkey to tell us why they have to add the nuclear regulatory people, I'm going to call Rudy Ogden from the Department of Labor.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, Rudy Ogden, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Labor. Just in reviewing this legislation, the one question we have, as was mentioned earlier, bills like this have come up several times. So in a generalized sense, we're aware of the intent and what is being looked for. But relative to lines 14 and 15, the department would just seek additional guidance or clarification. The exception that says an employer has a bona fide purpose for requesting or using information, I believe the intent may be to be incredibly broad with that language, but I would just point out that from an administration or an ongoing administration standpoint, we would just be looking for, if an employer runs a credit check and they say, well, I believe that is a indication of responsibility, would it be the department then saying, no, that's not a valid reason, that's not a bona fide reason? Again, I think I just put it out there as something where if this was passed, we would just want to be clear that we see that as being very broad, so it might be beneficial to tailor that a little bit or more narrow it so that for purposes of actual intent, that could be met. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ogden. It's nice to see you again. We've talked a lot on the telephone, but it's nice to see you after probably over a year. Any questions for Representative Avalani? You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. 14 and 15 were a question as well, but most employers need a release from the employee or potential employee to have their credit checked, have a background check, to have anything checked. So they would be aware that their credit could be a deciding factor in their job. Would you agree with that?
If they're complying with what they should be, then yes, there should be some acknowledgement or notice that the credit check is going to happen.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Deputy Ogden. The question was asked earlier about enforcement. Would this be handled in the way of other claims that a person who applied for a position and came to, they were asked to sign a release providing the consent for the credit check after this had passed? Would that be a violation or something that would be brought to the department's attention for correction?
Representative Cahill, thank you for the question. Yes, this is from the intended legislation being placed in RSA 275, protective legislation. It would be subject to our other enforcement actions, namely, if there was a violation of this or suggestion of a violation of this, we would look into whether or not it happened, or more likely than not happened. There would be probably an initial warning, because the warning statute would call for a warning to the employer of our suggestion that there's a violation here. If it's not corrected, there could be fines resultant from the action or inaction.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for the Deputy Commissioner? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Now I'd like to call on Mr. Berkey. Sorry to mess with you this morning, Bruce. I didn't mean to.
Mr. Chairman, it's always a pleasure to interact with you. For your record, my name is Bruce Berkey. I'm a lobbyist with Sheen Finney Capital Group, and we represent NextEra Energy, which is the majority owner of Seabrook Station in Seabrook, New Hampshire. They own approximately 89% of the facility. And we are here today in opposition to House Bill 1385. I am the unnamed lobbyist that Representative Reed spoke with. We had a nice conversation about some of our concerns. And in particular, there are two concerns that are bright, and there perhaps are others. At the facility, there is a security force that works to keep that facility tight and safe and secure. And they are contractors. They are not employees of NextEra Energy. NextEra Energy contracts with a company to provide that service. And so with the responsibility that NextEra Energy has in overseeing the facility, there's a strong potential that there would be a need for for them to have access to credit reports for the employees of that contractor. The second example is that every 18 months, Seabrook Station shuts down and goes through about a 30-day refueling process for the rods that create the energy at the plant. And during that process, there are in the neighborhood of 500 additional employees. There are generally about 600 employees at the station year-round. But during the refueling process, there are an additional 500 or so employees. And they're not employees of NextEra Energy. They are employees of contractors who come on site, who have specialties. These people are from all across the country. They're not just New Hampshire. They go from nuclear power plant to nuclear power plant to nuclear power plant all across the country performing these services. And it's been a boon for the rental real estate market in the seacoast because of the time of year that they come in. They come in generally around April or in the October-November timeframe when those rental cottages are empty. So those employees, those contractors, employees of those contractors also need to have their credit reports available to NextEra Energy because the ultimate responsibility for that site is NextEra Energy. So Representative Reed and I spoke and about the possibility of developing some language. I'd be happy to work with her or with the committee or both. And with that, I'd be happy to try and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Berkey. Any questions? Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Berkey, for your testimony. You brought up something that over the years I haven't heard discussed before. So I'll ask you for your thoughts in a more general sense, even though you're talking about a very specific industry. So someone works primarily in another state, and that state doesn't have these prohibitions. So they have had, and this is very broadly, it's related to hiring, but also termination, promotion, demotion, discipline, compensation. It's credit checks in anything to do with employment. So a person works in another state where this is done as a matter of course. Now they come and are involved in a project in New Hampshire where they have some kind of nexus with a New Hampshire employer. From what you said, it would seem like this could create an instant problem because the law didn't apply until the moment it suddenly does. Any thoughts on that in the more general sense?
Thank you, Representative Seaworth. That's a great question and one that I have not sort of mapped out as to how it would be addressed, but certainly NextEra Energy would, you know, if they have access to that information, can go to the employer of that contractor or to that business that is the contractor to, air concerns. But it would create a very confusing process because of the interstate nature of the activity.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Berkey. So am I correct in that the federal regulations that cover nuclear facilities don't refer to contract workers?
That is my understanding.
Thank you.
Representative Manival.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Berkey, for your testimony. I understand your concern about contractors, and you've said you'd be willing to talk to the bill's proponent about that. And you may have heard Deputy Ogden's point about subparagraph 4 and the bona fide purpose. I wonder if your client would feel that some of its concerns would be addressed if there were some sort of proactive opportunity set forth in the bill that would allow prospectively a bona fide purpose to be identified and approved by the Labor Department.
Thank you, Representative Manaville. That's a good question. I would agree with Deputy Commissioner Ogden that the language is a little broad. In some instances, we might like it to be broad. But it certainly, any language in any law that does not have 4 crisp corners brings in the lawyers. And I'm sure that's a concern of the departments, and it would certainly be a concern of NextEra Energy's. So I would, I would endeavor, myself, Representative Reed, this committee, to try and crisp that up a little bit. Yes. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Berkey? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I do not have any additional pink cards for House Bill 1385. Do we have anyone in the audience that has not signed up that would like to speak? Seeing none, I'll close the hearing on House Bill 1385. And in 3 or 4 minutes, we will start on 1251. Do we still have the books there, the laws? All of you in your spare time, you can go over and read these. Memorize them all. No, the only reason I bring this up, if you have looked at the next bill in front of us, it references RSA 279:20:22 and 279:21. So just want to make sure I have it out for everyone in case they have any questions relating to what that means. 279:22:22 AA, that's to do with high school students and minimum wage for that. So.
And so the exceptions that are in the law that this means are if you're employing members of your family or employing Wow, this is so old. Holy mackerel. This is 2010. Oh, this is close to useless?
Is that one that they stopped printing volumes because?
Well, usually they had little paper inserts that they chuck in here, you know, that they just kind of, so.
I remember that from maybe 2 years ago, they said they don't run the.
Whoa, sorry, Will. I do not have, I would like to open the hearing on House Bill 1251. I do not have any pink cards at this point, but I see one cometh. Just hand it to. Do I have any of the sponsors? Schultz. No worries, we're good. Okay, well, we do have a little bit of time here, so you can slow down, get your, either side or both, whatever. Yep, I'll tell them in a second. Just want to give us a few minutes, Representative, to get these all handed out to everybody, and then we'll commence. I apologize if I don't get this right. Representative Estelle? Oh. No, someone sent it in, so it says your last name is spelled I-S-T-E-L, so that's why I said what I said. Oh. Okay, well, we'll get to you in a moment.
I appreciate the try, though, on that one.
Alstiller. Representative, you're recognized to present your bill.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Esteemed colleagues, thank you for your service to New Hampshire and for your time and attention today. House Bill 1.
Representative, could you, yeah, there you go.
Oh, yes. I just came from criminal justice, too. I should know this. All right, there we are. I'm going to start and say thank you again, because I appreciate you all being here, and thank you for your service and attention today. House Bill 1251 is a simple bill designed to allow New Hampshire's tipped wage workers and disabled workers access to nothing more than minimum wage, which is $7.25. The New Hampshire sub-minimum wage reserved for tipped workers is now frozen at $3.37. Until last year, sub-minimum wage was coupled with the minimum wage at 45% of minimum wage. We know that New Hampshire defaults to the federal minimum wage of $7.25 per hour. The bill passed last year eliminated this coupling and freezes sub-minimum wages for tipped employees at $3.27 per hour, even if the federal minimum wage rises. Under current law, any restaurant, hotel, motel, inn, cabin, or ballroom employee who receives more than $30 a month in tips may be paid by their employer at 45% of the current $7.25 an hour, which amounts to $3.27. And again, that's now frozen.
New Hampshire workers are again at a disadvantage when compared to wages in our neighboring states. Minimum wage for tipped workers in our neighboring states are Massachusetts at $6.15 per hour, Maine is $6.38 per hour, and Vermont is $6.28 per hour. You may not think of tipping as a legacy of slavery, but it has far more racialized history than most Americans realize. Tipping originated in feudal Europe and was imported to the United States by American travelers eager to seem sophisticated. The practice spread throughout the country, and after the Civil War, as U.S. employers, largely in the hospitality sector, looked for ways to avoid paying formerly enslaved workers. One of the most notorious examples comes from the Pullman Company, which hired newly freed African American men as porters. Rather than paying them a real wage, Pullman provided the porters with just a meager pittance, forcing them to rely on tips from their white clientele for most of their pay. Tipping further entrenched a unique and often racialized class structure in service jobs, in which workers must please both customer and employer to earn anything at all. A journalist quoted in Carrie Seagrave's 2009 book, Tipping: An American Social History of Gratuities, wrote, in 1902, he was embarrassed to offer a tip to a white man. He wrote, tips go with servility, and no man who is a voter in this country is in the least justified in being in service. The immorality of paying an insufficient wage to workers who then were forced to rely on tips was acknowledged at the time. In his popular 1916 anti-tipping study, The Itching Palm, writer William Scott described tipping as an aristocratic custom that went against American ideals. The relation of a man giving a tip and a man accepting it is as undemocratic as the relation of master and slave, Scott wrote. A citizen in a republic ought to stand shoulder to shoulder with every other citizen, with no thought of cringing, without an assumption of superiority or an acknowledgement of inferiority. When the Department of Labor conducted an unusual sweep of 9,000 full-service restaurants between 2010 and 2012, they found that 84% had violated the sub-minimum wage system. In order to chase after those lost wages, workers have to file complaints with the Department of Labor. That takes time and money, and that is something a tipped worker who has missing wages already doesn't have. There are states that have eliminated the tipped wage altogether, like Oregon and Washington, and my colleague, Representative Schultz, will be able to speak to you more about that. In conclusion, I urge the committee to right the wrong done to our tipped and disabled workers and recommend that House Bill 1251 ought to pass. Thank you very much. I've provided you with some research data, and which you are, I'm not going to go through it because you are all able to read it, and you can do that at a time that's most convenient for you, but there's some information there, and the references to where it came from are printed on the sides of the pages.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions for the presenter, Representative Seaworth?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for introducing your bill. Several times during your testimony, you mentioned disabled workers, and I'm looking at the language of your bill here. It seems that the individual with a disability is already prohibited in current language, and by striking that, you're not changing anything relative to disabled workers. Am I misinterpreting the bill?
You have not. Thank you.
All right, now you got me confused.
Actually, Representative Schultz is going to speak more to that.
Representative Seaworth, this committee did pass a law, correct, which we can no longer provide a lower than minimum wage for disability. So what was your question about why that was crossed out?
And what I was questioning, I recall working on that legislation too. I was questioning the statement in the testimony that this would provide additional wages to disabled workers, which I understood not to be the case, and I wanted to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding the intent of this language.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Representative Chris Schultz, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee. And I hope you'll stay here too. So as I was saying, I'm a representative from Concord. I'm working on wage issues. I most recently worked for the One Fair Wage campaign, where Representative Altschiller and I also were working on, well, actually only the federal Raise the Wage Act, which does include a provision about disabilities, but 10 states, New Hampshire being the first, did, probably with the work here of many of you, did get rid of that subminimum wage for workers with disabilities. So sorry for that confusion, but on the federal work that we were doing, that is not the case federally. So I no longer work for One Fair Wage, but I didn't want it to seem like there was an impropriety to my sponsoring this, which is why Representative Altschiller is a sponsor, and I have since been laid off by said organization, which is fine, because we have been eager to see wage justice for some time. And as she mentioned, there are 7 states in the country that we can look to say, how does this work? How does this impact the marketplace? How does this impact competition? How does this impact the back of the house at a restaurant, as well as the front of the house, which I know has been a concern for some workers. But in those states, restaurants have thrived. Profits have gone up. We know this because folks have brought it up on their investor calls for companies like Darden, for example. Soon after California eliminated the subminimum wage category for workers' wages, Darden said, I'm surprised, the CEO of Darden to the shareholders, that he was surprised that actually the restaurants in the states where the subminimum wage had been eliminated were doing better. And that is in part because, it's sort of that old Henry Ford saying, you want to pay workers well enough so they could buy the cars. Well, you want to pay your workers well enough so they can eat at your restaurant. I mean, that is a piece of it. In New Hampshire, of course, that is a significant portion of our workplace. We are a tourist state. We have also the highest percentage of women in tipped wage jobs in the country. It's somewhere around 75, 78%. Nationally, that average is in the 60s. So predominant business here that is predominantly filled by women is a concern. And we have information about the families on one piece of this, and I can provide more on this and the regular minimum wage. But it does disproportionately hurt families, mothers with children. So much so, as we discussed with the regular minimum wage, that, and it's still, to me, I think should be a bipartisan concern, that workers who earn so low that they have to go on public assistance, which means we, the taxpayers, we, the property taxpayers, or however you pay your taxes, subsidize the wages of those companies. And I think for maybe different reasons or the same reasons, that doesn't seem right. That any worker that's working full-time in New Hampshire, one of the wealthiest states, the wealthiest country on earth, that doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm hoping this bill and the tabled minimum wage bill, we can perhaps find some common ground on that piece. I definitely want to acknowledge that, because I think there is some room for some bipartisan action that would actually increase the income of all Granite Staters overall, and increase the wealth in general, and all the other great things that happen when you prosper as a state. Okay, you mentioned that. I also want to say there was a rumor because the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association is a formidable organization. I actually know the folks that are involved with that organization and the restaurant owner that's prominent. I have a good relationship with him. We'd worked together on some immigration laws, 12 years ago at this point. But one of the things that they say is that servers don't want this. Their tips will go down. That actually is not the case. In fact, their wages will go up. And that's important to understand. You will also hear that servers don't want this. And we have done a survey that I can provide to you, and I don't remember if it's quoted on here, but the Raise the Wage Coalition, which is mostly all volunteer, has done a survey of the workers in this industry. And in fact, the overall industry would like a raise. And I think it's compelling when you see the signs that many workers are needed in a number of jobs. The Dunkin' Donuts near me, which is across the street from the Walmart on Loudon Road, that's my district, their signs recruiting workers says starting wage $15 with tips on top. I think if it's good enough for Dunkin' Donuts, it should be good enough for our entire workforce. It levels the playing field. There are a lot of other things I could say about this, and I'm happy to provide more information as we can and answer any questions that you have.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next up, Representative Klein Knight.
Thank you, Chairman of Labor, and thank you to the committee for hearing our testimony today. For the record, I'm Representative Nicole Klein Knight of Manchester, District 11 for Hillsborough County. I come before you today not just as a sponsor, but as a service industry worker. As you know, the long hours of the legislature and the weird schedule that we promote from a week-to-week basis is hard on a young person to get a normal full-time job. So sometimes to make ends meet, I will work in restaurants in the industry. And I have to say, relying on other people for a baseline income is, at best, it's unreliable. If you don't get tipped and it's slow because of COVID, you make $3 for a whole hour. And I'm expected to serve, well, $3.25. I'm expected to serve and live and fight for the people of the state, along with other people that also work in this industry. How do you expect us to pay our rent and pay for food and pay for gas on such mere scrappings? There's been times where the business owner doesn't have their stuff together, to put it in a nice term. They don't stock their shelves. They don't go out before opening, and they don't get supplies needed, so they're constantly out of something. If you were a customer to order something and it's out, who do you take that out on? You take it out on the server. If your food's late, who do you take that out on? The cook or the server? There's things that are out of our control, but yet, as the face of the industry, we suffer the brunt of the consequences. Now, I don't know about you, but that doesn't seem fair to me. So at least a bare minimum, this would provide a fighting chance for people like me, and I represent a small population, but a large population of service industry workers who have really suffered during this time. And the least we could do, if they're relying off of tips to survive and there's nobody coming into a restaurant, or the restaurant owner is failing them to provide a well-run business, these people suffer. They can't feed their kids, they run the risk of homelessness, and it goes on and on. So for all those reasons of relying on other people to pay your living wage, I urge you to please consider, this is a small ask to meet the federal minimum standard of ought to pass. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Representative. Are you going to introduce your guest?
Oh, yes, this is, well, she actually she signed up to speak, to testify. So,
Okay. I just didn't know if all right, we'll ask, we'll see if we have any questions here of the members of you, and then is Libby? Is that her name? Okay, then we'll call Libby in a moment. Are there any questions for the Representative Knight? Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for your testimony. In your testimony, if I understood it, you implied that you have, on at least one occasion, been paid, including tips, less than the minimum wage, which is illegal under both federal and state law. Was that the case? And if so, did you take any action under the current law to rectify that situation?
thank you for your question, Representative. I'm concerned that do you not know what the sub-minimum wage is for tipped workers?
I am well informed about the law in this state.
Okay, but it's under $7, so I'm confused. If you could clarify.
I believe the minimum wage for tipped is $2.19. Is that what? Oh, the federal. In New Hampshire, it's $3.25.
And what I'm referring to, if I may, Mr. Chairman, is that both federal and state law requires that all employees, including tipped employees, be paid the federal minimum. An employer may take as credit against that minimum any tipped wage above, and there are two different levels. There's the lower level for federal and a higher level for state. But at no time may the total wage be less than the minimum wage for all employees. And that's what I was referring to. The testimony seemed to be saying there are employees who don't honor that, who pay less than the absolute minimum wage, right, even when adding in the tipped amounts. And if that is this representative's experience, I'm wondering if she took further action considering it was a violation of the law.
Thank you for your question. Actually, there have been times where the business owners were struggling and I hadn't been paid actually for weeks on end. But because I wanted my community to be successful and I care about small business owners, I decided to keep it to myself. But after a certain period of time, I actually did reach out to the labor board. So thank you. But this is a real concern, and I'm just one person. It happens all the time, all across the state.
Are there any other questions for Representative Knight? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I now call Libby Johnson from Pelham. You're recognized to speak.
Thank you. So I have friends that do not necessarily have stable living conditions, and they need to take these jobs to help provide for themselves for like food, clothing, school books, etc. So raising like the sub minimum would really help them out if they don't get any tips. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying. Any questions for,
I'll not
Ms.
be
Johnson?
taking any questions.
any questions for Ms. Johnson? Thank you for testifying. I know it can be nervous the first time. Thank you. Representative, you're standing looking at me. Go ahead. Feel f- Thank you. I have two pink cards left. Claudia Istel, and then after that, I'd like to speak with Commissioner Ogden. Thank you. Welcome to the Labor Committee.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson and the committee. I'm Claudia Estelle. I live in Ackworth. I'm representing myself. Wage issues are something that is important to me as a moral issue and also as a practical issue. I have written testimony that I submitted online, and I don't want to waste your time repeating myself, particularly on things that you've already heard. But two points I'd like to bring up, please, are that I think that tipped wage workers often are subject to harassment and to discrimination. If your server is younger or more attractive, people are more likely to leave a larger tip, which is not necessarily fair to the worker. And particularly during COVID, tipped workers are often submitted to a lot of harassment. It's kind of like, oh, take down your mask. I want to be able to see what you look like and see whether you're smiling or not, so I can determine what your tip is going to be. And then the other thing is that we have, in this state, we have a big problem with a worker shortage. A lot of that is not just a purview of your committee. There's affordable housing shortage, there's a lack of affordable daycare, but being able to pay people appropriately is something that you can make a difference on by passing this bill, and I would encourage you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do you have any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you very much. I'd like to call Deputy Commissioner Rudy Ogden, please.
Good afternoon, Rudy Ogden, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Labor. Just happy to answer any questions that folks have. The one thing I did want to clarify is relative to individuals with disabilities. You are correct, members who spoke to that law having been changed some time ago. There is still an allowance for individuals with disabilities to be paid at a sub-minimum rate if they're part of a training or rehabilitation program, so there is still that allowance, but in a generalized sense, that was changed a couple years ago, so I just wanted to clarify on that point. Happy to answer any other questions.
I do have a question for you. In this bill line 6, it references RSA 279:22AA, high school and post-secondary student workers with disabilities. Now, I'm looking at, this is RSA is annotated up through, I guess, 2021. Is that still in our law? Is this still applicable?
22AA is still applicable.
Okay, and it talks about being able to petition the commissioner to request a sub-minimum wage for high school students or post-secondary students, correct?
Correct.
Does anyone ever do that?
Yes.
Could you give us an example of one in the last year or so?
So typically we would refer to that as school to work, and that does come up in the context of internships. Quite often there will be employers who, through an arrangement with a college, they will say that this student might work. They're not really paying them sub-minimum. There are some unpaid internships, though, that work through that process. So it does come up quite often in the context of internships.
one last question. Other than the internships, have you seen any proposals in the last 2 years that outline a sub-minimum wage of, say, $5 or $6 or something else, other than, you know, these unpaid internship type things?
Off the top of my head, no.
All right, thank you very much. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Deputy Ogden. There was testimony earlier about situations where the server has not been paid the appropriate, the full minimum wage based on their sub-minimum and the tips. And I see that this is something that a person can do that if they make $30 a month, which seems like very other low. But do you have people reporting such situations, and might that be that they don't happen, or that they are intimidated about reporting being shorted on their wages?
I would say that this, most often when it does come up, it's not involving a scenario in which the employer is just paying the sub-minimum. It's when the employer is not paying at all. So if you have an employer that's just not doing anything right, there are instances in which they're not paying their servers the sub-minimum rate.
Thank you.
Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again, Deputy Commissioner. This would repeal 27921, the entire section. Is that my understanding?
Correct. Our understanding of this legislation is that it's replacing 21, the existing statute that sets forth the sub-minimum rate for tipped workers and tracks to the federal minimum wage overall. It's replacing it with the language here, correct?
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow up.
One of these limitations says it doesn't apply to outside salesmen and things like that. So would salesmen that are commissioned or anything like that be now having to be paid minimum wage even if they're not bringing in any business?
I do think you'd have to look at the other exceptions that are set forth in 21 for purposes of this.
But they're being repealed. Everything, that whole section's being
Yeah,
taken
so I think
out.
it would have to be looked at, the effects of that. I think that likely those are all affected.
One more?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And 22AA, I know you guys went through that about high school and post-secondary workers. How about for like work study, or if you're in a trade and you're working the trade, like you're being an electrician in your off week of school and things like that, they're going to be required to be paying these people minimum wage now, unless they have an exemption. I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
So again, my understanding of this legislation is it says notwithstanding or except as provided. So I believe it allows what's happening in 22AA to continue to happen. So if you had those requests for internships or other opportunities where there's a learning and experience component to it, which again, we most often call school to work, but there's other arrangements like that, those, again, our understanding would still be allowed.
See on line 6 where it says except as provided in RSA 27922AA.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I just want to make sure I was clear on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner.
Any questions for the commissioner to my right? To my left, Representative Mandeville.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Deputy Ogden. Representative Seaworth referred previously to the current 27921 relative to the provision that the employer needs to make up a difference between the amount of tips received and the minimum wage if the former falls short. In that respect, the current 27921 says if such an employee and such an employee includes restaurant workers, for example, among others, if such an employee shows to the satisfaction of the commissioner that the actual amount of wages received at the end of each pay period did not equal the minimum wage for all hours worked, the employer shall pay the employee the difference to guarantee the federal statutory minimum wage. Could you give us a sense of the experience in the department regarding those issues raised, proof offered, decisions made? In other words, give us a sense of how this statutory provision happens as you know, in the daily life of the department.
So I think as I referenced earlier, most often when we run into instances here, it's not a matter of where the employer is only paying $327 and then not doing the truing up. It's most often that the employer is paying nothing. So it's the employer's having financial problems, or for whatever reason, they're just paying nothing. So most often that is how it's come up. Oddly enough, the other instance in which it's come up as a problem particular to this statute is if you do the math, if you actually do the division of it, it's like the minimum or sub-minimum rate should be 326 with like trailing decimal. We have had employers who are only paying 326. Of course, you can't pay fractions of a cent, so they should be paying 327. So I'm not trying to get lost in the weeds, but if you're actually asking how have we interacted with this statute, it's most often saying you're not paying 326 in a running decimal, you should be paying 327, or it's they're paying nothing. We have not had many instances in which the instance is I didn't make enough tips to make whole and my employer only paid me that. It's that I didn't make enough tips and my employer paid me nothing, or my employer paid me nothing and I still made tips. So that's most often how it's come up or been dealt with.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Do you think that's because those latter circumstances don't exist, or they just are difficult for employees to bring to the commissioner?
Well, I couldn't say. I mean, Representative Cahill brought up this idea of folks being intimidated to reach out. Sadly, I can't speak to the fact if there's folks who are too intimidated to come forward. I'm not aware of that. Again, my generalized understanding are inspections that we've done. We do a lot of inspections of restaurants and hospitalities. We typically are not seeing we're seeing no payment, or we're seeing them pay and then the truing up is happening. And if the place is actually functional, usually the tips are enough because, again, the minimum wage is not that high. I think was said earlier, the minimum wage is pretty low. So between the $327 and tips, that oftentimes is happening. If the place is not functional at all or is just failing, or if there's other things going on, that's, I think, when it comes up. And those are the instances in which then no payment is typically happening.
Any other questions for the Deputy Commissioner? Seeing none, thank you very much. Representative Schultz, I take a point of reading body language, and you shook your head a number of times. So if you would like to make a brief comment before we break for lunch, you may.
I don't think it is. I'm a bad poker player. I do wear my feelings on the sleeve. I will say what I know for sure is too many workers, especially tipped wage workers, don't know their rights. They believe their hourly wage is only the $327. They realize they get tips if they don't make $7.25 an hour, which is our federal minimum wage. There are multiple ways you can account by hour, and I'm certain that it doesn't always work out that way. It's complicated, it's difficult. Honestly, the easiest way to fix this is to get rid of the sub-minimum wage category. The second thing I'll say, and again, I really appreciate you calling me back up because I wouldn't have asked for this. The intent of this bill is specifically about the sub-minimum wage category. When authoring this bill with Tony Tangelino, I believe that's how you pronounce his last name, who writes most all of the labor bills, I did ask about the sales by commission, the special category that licensed workers like hairdressers who rent a booth, and essentially they're on commission as well. That is a whole other segment of the law, I'm pretty sure. I will double check, but that was not intended to be affected by this bill. This was specifically targeting sub-minimum wages. As I understand it, currently only affects, and it used to call out specific, I think that y'all got rid of this last year when you changed how wages were paid instead of a percentage to go to a specific number. But it included a number of tipped wage worker categories, caddies, busboys, that sort of thing, sky caps, and the student portion. And I also just happen to know, like, college work study programs is affected by federal law. It is a specific federally aided program, and minimum wage applies to that, but rarely do students make that. I was a poor college student who made that. So I hope that's helpful.
No, thank you.
But it is the intention, because I heard your concerns. The intention isn't to affect any of those categories that aren't under traditional wage categories, like commissions and rentals of booths, and those are another category of worker, I'm pretty sure. At least that was the intention of the bill.
Representative Sullivan, you have a question?
More of a comment, just to clarify what the representative is is saying. 279:21 is a fairly substantial piece of legislation, and it appears that this bill replaces all of 279:21 with one sentence.
Okay.
If that was not the intent, then I would suggest that this bill does not represent your intent.
Okay.
So I need some study.
Unless the committee likes it as it is, it's your bill at this point. I've stated our intent.
All right. Thank you. Seeing no other, I'm sorry, Representative Avalani. Yes, please. Thank you, Representative. Representative Ogden, if you wouldn't mind.
Mr. Chair, I believe you demoted the Deputy Commissioner to Representative.
Oh, sorry. Kind of just so used to it. Deputy Commissioner, my apologies for the demotion.
No worries at all.
Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Deputy Commissioner, for coming back up. I just want to clarify, Representative Sullivan brought it up, I brought it up. This replaces the entirety of 279:21, including all the subsections, with one sentence.
Correct, and I apologize if I wasn't clear. Our reading of this would be that all of those things would have to looked at as being taken off the table.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming back up.
I see no other hands. What?
It's a rarity.
Oh. It is, I'm closing the hearing on House Bill 1251. We have 45 minutes for lunch. I will be here if anyone has any questions. I'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
First, I know where she works. He probably knows where she works too. And yes, it was a restaurant, my dears, if you know them. Basically, they haven't been paying their taxes. And DRA said, you pay your taxes right now or we take away all your licenses. And he said, I don't have any money. So they took away all their licenses. So he quit paying employees. He quit doing everything. He's been trying to run the restaurant private parties. So people are still going in there. They're shut down by the state, but he has private parties there. So, and yes, when she said that, well, I didn't want to get him into trouble. So she's not getting paid for who knows months. And then she comes and says, well, it's because my minimum wage is too low.
That's not,
He wasn't paying you at all.
Yeah. You see right through a crap.
The other thing, and you kind of brought
Welcome back, everybody. I'm going to open the hearing. Well, let me put my cards in order here. Sorry, guys. Abbott, you're last. Just kidding. Opening the hearing on House Bill 1094 and call Ellen Reed as prime sponsor to testify on behalf of your bill. Welcome back.
Once again, and for the final time today, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable members of the committee. If I may be so bold, I think that today my bills have gone from least controversial to more controversial. I see a stack of pink cards piling up against me over there. But thank you again for the record. My name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockingham 17, Newmarket, and Newfields. So this is another bill that's been before you in various versions in the past, or before this committee more specifically. This bill has two parts. It requires that an employer provide a work schedule to their employees at least a week in advance, and it requires a rest period of 10 hours between shifts on consecutive days. This only applies to essentially medium and upsized companies that have either 10 employees or more, or have 2 locations or more in the state. So I'll take the two pieces separately. Scheduling of employees' work schedules and working hours. Essentially, if you don't provide a schedule in advance to your employees, they can't schedule their lives. All of us here are here today because we have scheduled things in our lives around our duties here. But an employee who doesn't get an advanced schedule of their work can't schedule their lives. Oh, can you make it to this baseball game? I don't know yet. I haven't gotten my schedule yet. Can you make it to this birthday party? I don't know. Can you make it to the State House to testify on a bill you really care about? I don't know yet. I haven't got my schedule yet. And you do have some employers that may not provide their employees with a work schedule until literally the day before they have to work. I have been in contact with some of the people who are opposing the bill, and I'm willing to work with them on language. I know that different industries may look different, and I'm happy to work around that when employees are not being negatively impacted. But my point is that people, the effect that you have when you don't provide a work schedule to an employee is that employee is constantly on call, right? They don't know if they're going to have to work, and so they have to keep their schedule free for the possibility of work. Now, we have to pay on-call labor, and if I can't schedule my life and live my personal life and do the things, the hobbies, the interests, the passions that I have, deepening relationships with people I care about, the things that make life worth living, and I have to hold off on that because I just don't know whether or not my employer is going to make me work for fear of losing my job, then that's not really fair. That's on-call time, and honestly, it's not in the bill, but it should be paid as such if you're going to make me hold off on my private life. So the exemptions here do allow for employees to pick up, switch shifts, agree to work, request to work days that are not in their schedule. But essentially, I think for most industries, and as I said before, I'm willing to investigate different industries' realities on the ground and possible exemptions. But for most industries, if you as a manager can schedule 1 day in advance, then you can schedule 7 days in advance. And if people can't make it and you have to switch shifts then you can do that then. But that at least guarantees the employees the right to say, this wasn't on my original schedule. I've already promised I'm going to this baseball game. I've already scheduled my doctor's appointment, whatever it is, and say no. The other piece to this is the rest period. So I have a minimum rest period of 10 hours between work shifts on consecutive days. So essentially, if you think about a normal person's work schedule and they get out of work and they have 8 hours, I'm just going to go with 8. They have 8 hours between the end of their work shift and the next work shift on the next day. They drive home from work, get home, get undressed, make dinner, take care of the kids, put them to bed, put themselves to bed. They might have 5 hours or so of sleep before they have to wake up, do all of those things, get their kids ready for school, make breakfast, shower, all of that, and then get to work again. We're literally making people lose sleep by not ensuring that they have enough time off in between shifts. So I did say consecutive days for a reason. I'm exempting the dreaded split shift. And being on the labor committee, I presume you know what a split shift is, but I'll just share a little bit of my story. I did mention before that I'm a CDL driver and I drove for public transit and I had to work split shifts. And what that meant is I had to wake up at 4 a.m., get to work by 4:45-ish, depending on the day. I'd do a shift where, depending on the day, I'd work from about 4:45 to 11 or 12 in the middle of the day, clock out, and then because I'm a state rep, I drive up to Concord like a mad woman, usually changing my clothes in the car. I get up here, I do legislative work, I drive like a mad woman back for 4 p.m., work again, clock in again at 4 p.m., clock out at 9 p.m. By the time I get home, it's 10, and I have to get up at 4 again. That's a split shift. Now, I don't like it, but some industries need it, so that is exempted. I just want to let you know that I did exempt that. So it's consecutive days. So again, the aim of the rest period is similar to the schedule in that we need to give people time to do the things that make life worth living. Otherwise, you're just living to work. And I don't think anybody thinks that's what we should be doing. So I do want to say, and this is a argument, I know you're going to hear some of the same arguments against this as you've heard against other bills previously today. But one of the arguments is, well, they don't have to. Employees don't have to do this. But they do if they want to keep their job, right? Like they have to keep their job. So it is a have to because you need to pay rent and you need to buy food. The other thing is, and I was very conservative in that I put the bill in as it already existed previously. I don't think I necessarily would have worded it exactly like this, but I wanted to kind of work with language that was familiar. On page 2, the top paragraph there, it's an existing RSA that has to do with Sunday. It says no employer shall operate any such business on Sunday, and then except yada yada. And the drafting lawyer, as they had done in the past, kind of tweaked it a little bit. But honestly, if it were me, I would strike that entire. I don't know that that's kind of like a blue law, right? I don't know why we're treating Sunday special, but anyway, I'm just saying this is the intent. People need time to work. They need some breathing room. I'm happy to work on amendments that help make everybody happy. And with that, I'm willing to take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. That, I don't see any hands. That was one of my first comments. Line 1, no employer shall operate any such business on Sundays unless. So is this only applicable for Sundays?
That is, as I said, sir, that is existing RSA, and so I just simply didn't strike existing RSA, but that is in our current law. As you can see, where there's strikes and language added in that paragraph, so that means that it's not my new paragraph.
Under line 6, whoever violates this section shall be fined $50. I just thought I don't know if it should be employer or manager or owner, whoever. You're going to find
I would take that entire paragraph out, as I've already said. But again, I put it in as it already had existed and without, I should say, minimal changes to current RSA.
On line 14, 15, and 16, you talk about compensation for time and a half for working through rest periods. It was brought to my attention that could entice employees who want to get paid more to say, okay, I'll work 3 of those hours.
Mm-hmm.
Your thoughts?
I just had part of this conversation with a couple of the people who will be testifying against about that very portion, and you did hear, a bill earlier today about time and a half compensation, and some of those arguments will be the same. I am fine with removing that. It's like I said, this is a bill as it's previously existed, not as I tailored it.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions for the representative? Representative Prout and Representative Seaworth after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. What do you see would prevent an employer, if this were to become law, from scheduling someone to work, say, 9 to 5, 7 days a week, and then calling them and canceling the days they don't actually need them to basically work around this? Because we actually have existing RSAs about the procedures for canceling previously scheduled work that this doesn't seem to change.
You know, that's a good point. And again, I put this in as it already existed, and I'm willing to look at amendments to fix that. But I do very, very strongly believe we need to have some protections in place to allow employees to know that they're going to have time off to do the rest of their life. So if we can find a way around to make everybody happy, that is what I will go for.
Thank you.
Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You inspired me with your line-by-line questions on page 2. There was one other I wondered about on line 9 of page 2. There's an exception to it all if the employee requests or consents. That seems really broad. If an employee shows up to work, isn't that not consent, which means, does it apply at all? I'm wondering about the language.
No, I also did. In fact, I don't know if you can see from there, but I literally circled or consents already, knowing that this is a work in progress, knowing that this committee has had difficulties in the past with this. Again, this is a starting point, and I want to really work towards the goal of, yes, understanding all the different industries' particulars and what works for them, but also protecting employees.
I think.
Seeing no other questions of the committee, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much. And don't worry, I'm done for the day.
I'm going to have fun with the next guy just because I like him. A man with many titles. Honorable, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Department Head, Mr. Commissioner, Sean Jasper. Nice to see you in front of labor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's certainly nice to be here again, twice in one day. Members of the committee, I am still Sean Jasper and still the Commissioner of Agriculture. So I do see this as a bill, again. You could take much of the testimony, which, Mr. Chairman, you were introducing your own bill. You didn't hear me earlier, but much of the testimony that I said that this could be very harmful to agriculture. You know, when you get into having to pay people time and a half, much of the same still applies. There are many times when, because of the weather, those work shifts are going to be extended. So you might be thinking you're going to work till 5 or 6, but there's a rainstorm coming in and you're going to work till dark, which goes beyond there. And again, there's no additional income to pay for that. It was work you were planning on doing perhaps the next day, but had to get in early, and you give your employees the time off. I think particularly in this work environment, people have to treat their employees well. If you don't, you're going to lose them. There are a lot of opportunities out there, and I question the timing of putting in bills such as this one, because the economy is extraordinarily favorable to employees at this time. But we have to be mindful of the difficulties that employers face because of the shortage of workers. And many people who choose to work in fields, my daughter's in the restaurant industry, and while at this point she's on salary, even when she was on hourly work, she was being called in many, many times, wasn't able to come in. And so then her schedule was adjusted. That's part of the industry. That's part of agriculture. And I think that, you know, we have to be mindful of that and not put undue burdens on employers. While I appreciate what the sponsor said, you know, virtually all employers today, if an employee asks for time off in advance, they work around that schedule. I do find that having a full week, have that schedule posted, can be very burdensome because of those type of things. People often find out about an event and like, oh, I need this off, you know, in 5 days. And well, that's fine if you're doing a schedule the week before, which most employees small employers do, now what do you do? Because now you've got a hole, you need to grant that employee that period of time, but everybody's scheduled. And so I think, all in all, we need to let the market work and let businesses run as they have been. I don't think there's a need at this time, and particularly for government intervention into this area. I'll conclude my testimony with that, and now, Mr. Chairman, you can have your fun.
Any questions for the commissioner? I have one. The federal government puts out rules regarding time off between shifts for airline pilots, train engineers, CLD drivers with their logs and stuff. Is there anything in the agriculture business that the federal government has mandated?
Certainly not that I have heard of or am aware of. So I don't believe so. There is quite a bit of flexibility with agriculture due to the fact that it is so weather dependent and dependent on having to have people do certain jobs at certain times. As I said this morning, you don't have the luxury of saying, oh, well, we'll milk the cows, tomorrow, we'll skip tonight.
Yeah, they don't like that too much.
No.
Any other questions for the commissioner? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Dave Juvet from the BIA. Gary, do you really have to be somewhere? All right, Gary, we'll call you next.
Make them wait. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Again, for the record, my name is Dave Juvet. I'm a Senior Vice President with the Business and Industry Association. We have 400 plus members all across the state and serve as New Hampshire Statewide Chamber of Commerce. We're here in opposition to this bill, and I will admit up front, I understand the good intentions behind this bill, but there are some questions I'm left with, which is this really a problem that needs to be corrected? And if it is it reasonable to believe that every business has the same issues, the same constraints, the same ability or inability to be flexible that demands a one-size-fits-all solution? And my experience is the answer to that is no. There are some specific issues with the bill I'd like to bring up, one of which is it doesn't seem to distinguish between what we call exempt or non-exempt employees, hourly versus those like myself that are on salary. My employer doesn't have a work schedule for me. I have job responsibilities and I'm expected to meet those responsibilities, and it's not tied to me being in at the office at 9 and leaving at 5. So this bill is unclear. It seems to indicate it applies to everybody. So does that mean employers who have salaried individuals are now going to have work schedules for those individuals that are conspicuously noticed in the workplace? And speaking about conspicuous notice, the bill is a little unclear on what has to be conspicuous in the notice. Is this referring to just general work schedules of the organization, or is it referring to specific individuals? Because there are many companies, manufacturing companies, financial services companies, they may have 1,000 employees or more, and so is the bill requiring the employer to have some type of huge wall chart with everyone's individual schedules noted, not just in English, but in a second language that may be used within the workplace? So it just seems at very many levels to be impractical. And again, I get back to, is this really necessary? Employers right now are under a lot of constraints, which I mentioned in previous testimony earlier today. And we are asking for flexibility. Every business is different, and we need to trust the managers and owners of those businesses that they will conduct themselves in a way that is good for the employees and the business. No employer wants to have an employee who's falling asleep on the job because they've had insufficient time between their previous work. On the other hand, some employees or some employers may want to have the flexibility to ask someone to work overtime in a crunch time, which it seems like this bill would prohibit. So, Mr. Chair, that concludes my testimony. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gervais. Any questions? Representative Addington?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gervais, one thing I didn't hear in your testimony was reference to page 2, line 10, or line 7 through what looks like 13, where we're talking about mandatory rest periods in between shifts. Can I get your opinion or position on that specific segment?
When you say page 2, are you referring to page 1 of the bill?
It's labeled as page 2 in ours.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry.
Yeah, it looks like section 2, line 7 through 13.
Well, I guess I have a couple of comments. One is this doesn't, the whole question about consent has already been brought up and is a little vague. The second thing is, and I recognize that the sponsor says this was not something she intentionally had in there, but the compensation at 1.5 times is something we addressed earlier today. That is something that I don't think is necessary or something the BIA could support. And I would say, just in general, trying to come up with assuming you first of all believe that there's a problem that needs to be corrected, coming up with a one-size-fits-all solution for every business generally will create more problems than you're trying to solve.
Follow up?
Follow up.
With permission from the chair, can I provide context with the kind of question that I'm trying to ask? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
In researching this bill, I found some information from the National Highway Traffic and Safety Administration. In 2019, there were about 700 vehicle fatalities associated with drowsy driving. If you have employers in the state of New Hampshire where it's a, depending on where you live, longer commute, and you don't have that kind of rest period in between, it raises the elevation for a potential fatality. My question is there will from either yourself or the BIA to do something with this legislation regarding having a mandatory rest period in between as an end to reducing vehicle fatalities?
Well, I appreciate the question, and you and I don't know each other well, but some people here know that for many, many years, I worked for AAA, the Auto Club, specifically in their traffic safety department, and worked on a lot of legislation relating to that, especially to drunk driving and seatbelt usage and so on. I don't recall ever working on legislation requiring mandatory break time to reduce instances of fatigue, but I can tell you from my personal experience that I do appreciate that there are risks inherent with fatigued driving, which is why, to the chair's question earlier, there are federal regulations for commercial truck drivers in terms of the amount of time they can spend on the road and the amount of break times that they need to have between the times that they're driving. So it's recognized as an issue. I maintain that most employers are reasonable and don't want to put their employees at any unnecessary risk, but I will also say there are probably many instances where an employer might reach out to an employee and say, so-and-so didn't come into work today. I just found out, is there any way you can come in earlier and it not be outside of that 10-hour minimum? And for most reasonable employers, the employee can say, I can't keep my eyes open right now. I don't think I can drive safely. So my preference is always to let this work out between the employee and the employer. I mentioned earlier today that this is not we're not living through a time where employers can enact draconian policies without a negative ramification of employees leaving, because it's too easy to find employment somewhere else.
Follow-up?
Yep, follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You did, and the regulations regarding pilots and truck drivers and train drivers were brought up. Would you believe there's similar mechanical risk to operating a truck with that kind of sleep deprivation to driving a car for a commute?
As I mentioned, I have a background in traffic safety issues. I would readily admit that.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Dubay.
Mr. Chair.
I'd like to call Gary Abbott from the Associated General Contractors. Amy Charbonneau.
I do have a meeting. Actually, Amy is going to the same meeting, so it would be great if we testified together.
So Gary Abbott from the Associated General Contractors, Amy Charbonneau, Continental Paving. You're recognized.
Great. Thank you very much, Chairman. Again, for the record, my name's Gary Abbott, the Executive Vice President of the Associated General Contractors of New Hampshire. Come today in opposition to House Bill 1094. And as you heard earlier this morning, I represent the commercial and construction industry, both highway and building. This bill really doesn't fit the construction industry. Clearly, we are scheduling sometimes daily, every other day. The 7-day just does not work for us. I did talk to the sponsor. We actually both talked to the sponsor before the hearing, and this just would be so problematic for us to at all entertain. Now, I know the sponsor talked about maybe making an exemption, but that, I think, this has ramifications on the second part as well with the 10-hour and the rest period that we talked about earlier this morning. I have with me Amy Charbonneau from Continental Paving, definitely involved in scheduling within her company, and I don't know if you want to add some things here.
Yes, Amy Charbonneau, thank you, Chairman. I'm from Continental Paving. We do paving, construction, heavy highway all throughout the state. We have about 350 employees. 99% of them are from New Hampshire. When our employees come into the construction industry, they know what industry they're in, but we also know how tough the schedule is for them. So as a family-run business, we do a lot to do all the things that the sponsor mentioned, but not under a blanket rule. It's totally different than the way we do it. So we understand it's a lot of long hours and a disruptive schedule some days, but what we do is we always try and give weekends off. We do a lot of things like an early Friday, or we do ways to make up for the things that our industry makes us do on a daily basis. We only have so many months a year to get our life done. And I guess the important part that a lot of people don't realize, or the sponsor, is that we don't have a door that locks and unlocks, opens in the morning and closes at night. We can have a machine that breaks down and our guys are 2 hours away and they have to make it back. Or you have 10 trucks on the road full of asphalt and the paver breaks. You still have to fix that paver and you still have to put all that asphalt down because realistically the state's paying for it. So I got to get those guys to finish their job. They have to come back. We start them late in the morning if we have to. We do make all those on-the-moment adjustments, but it's very hard to say that what's going to happen 7 days prior to that and to schedule that. So our industry knows what they're doing for work, and I think a lot of our businesses, New Hampshire's full of family businesses in this industry, and we do work with our employees. We love our employees. So there's that. We do it instead of a law doing it, and I would just ask that it stays that way. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would just like to add, Amy's from the highway side, but the building side almost does the same thing with a building project. These projects are, you don't know how long a subcontractor, when he's going to finish before the next subcontractor can get on the job. Scheduling is not done that far out. So when anybody's trying to do this bill just doesn't, as soon as you bring it up to my legislative committee or my board of directors, immediately, we just couldn't do this. And so that's why we're here in opposition to it. I know we've talked about this before, and I would leave that with the committee and answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you very much.
Any questions for the presenters? I have one. You folks can't pave when it rains, correct?
Correct.
you had a tough time this year.
Oh.
What did you do when we had rain every other day or 2 or 3 days in a row when you still had to get the work done? How were you able to deal with that?
So there's a lot of times, I mean, we as a company, I can only speak for ourselves, but when you have 2 or 3 days in a row, a lot of times we end up paying guys for 8 hours. They call in the morning and they don't come in. We're very generous to our employees because we want them to keep working for us. Other days, so then say it rains Monday, Tuesday. On Wednesday, you decide it's going to be 80 degrees and sunny on Saturday. I got to pave on Saturday. But my employees want to pave on Saturday because I may have paid them for 1 or 2 days, but I can't pay them for all 3. So they want to work Saturday because they want their overtime. They live for their overtime so that their wives can stay home. I mean, there's a lot of benefits to what we do and the overtime. The rain, the weather, frost in the fall. I mean, so we may not start till 9 o'clock, but you don't know the day before. Tomorrow's going to be super cold. Hey, I can't have you come in till 9 o'clock, but you're going to work a little later. The sun's coming out and it's going to be great. So it's always fluid. But for the most part, they work from 6 in the morning till 4 or 5 o'clock at night. But it's not, I can't keep it as structured as the paper wants me to. So they generally know when they're working, and then there's a couple adjustments here and there that we try and make to the best of everybody's ability. But we, as like a family, want them to have family time. We strive for that because if a happy employee makes great work. So I just believe that the industry, let us handle it on our own. It's more versus legislation and paperwork and office people. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions for the presenters? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Karnak has the last card in his hand. I'd like to call Mr. Bruce Berkey. He hasn't signed up, but we'll ask him.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, Bruce Berkey with Sheehan Finney Capital Group, and again, representing several of our clients who are opposed to House Bill 1094. The New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association, Ski New Hampshire, White Mountain Attractions, the National Federation of Independent Business. All of them are opposed to this because of the constraints that you've just heard about from Mr. Abbott and Ms. Charbonneau. They gave very good testimony, and I won't try to go above and beyond that, but it is clear that weather plays a huge role in the tourism community. It does with the paving community, and it does with other businesses. And so it really, the businesses and their administrative staff, they need the flexibility to be able to provide the opportunities for people to work here in New Hampshire and not to be put in a straitjacket by a bill like this. With that, I'll conclude my testimony, Mr. Chair, and happy to try and address any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Berkey? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Vanderbilt.
Yes, I note that you ended your testimony by talking about the opportunity that would be made available to workers, and of course this bill excludes circumstances where an employee would request or consent once that gets clarified. So, I mean, clearly the opportunity could exist. So my question is twofold. Do you not see this bill as already allowing for an opportunity for workers to gain the additional hours that they're interested in? And secondly, we've had testimony such as from the gentleman from the BIA and others about trusting business and the business to deal with workers as they need to do. Would you agree that businesses could trust workers to respond to the needs that the companies have in a manner that if we're trusting, that it could work both ways?
Thank you for the question, Representative. That you know, there are two separate, distinct sections of this bill, and certainly speaking to the first section about having the 7-day schedule in advance, that is the straitjacket. The second section, what you're talking about with respect to consent, there's some good there, but there's also some bad there. And the bad being the time and a half pay rate that would ensue. And that would, begin to put constraints on businesses because, maybe they don't offer that shift, so the person doesn't get the extra shift. Maybe they don't stay open as late. Maybe, the next hire doesn't get hired because they're paying extra. So I don't think that a state mandate along the lines of what this bill would put forth is appropriate for the business community.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does the committee need to hear from Commissioner Ogden? Deputy Commissioner, would you mind taking the witness stand? Dun, dun, dun. Representative Avaloni, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Section 1, page 2, Section 1, line 4, the employee shall promptly file a copy of such schedule and every change therein with the Labor Commissioner. Would that require additional staff for your unit?
For the record, Rudy Ogden, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Labor. In terms of just accepting them, no, I don't think that we would need additional staff in terms of accepting them. Presumably, we'd be able to receive them electronically or in some other format and process them. I don't know that we would need additional folks to accept those.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
Thank you. Do you know how many employers would be filing schedules if this happens to pass?
I don't know. I don't have that. I could try and find confirmation of what the number might be.
One more?
Yes.
And the fine, would that be administered by your staffing people, your investigators? Would be going out and making sure that everybody's filed their schedule with any relative change, given the testimony that we've heard that some of them are daily changes that would be in violation?
If there was going to be someone looking at whether there was a violation, that would be our staff, correct?
And you would follow up?
Yes.
And you would enforce the $50 fine?
If it's in the law, we would enforce it, yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Ogden, for coming up. Since we have you here, I wanted to ask about the sponsor talked about this kind of oddity of the Sunday law. It provides for a day of rest, but is very specific if that day of rest isn't Sunday, requiring that basically the employer get the permission of the commissioner for Sunday work with some explicit exceptions. I was wondering if, and you've probably done it before for me, but if you can characterize how frequent is this done that the commissioner has had to grant permission for an employer to have Sunday employment?
I'm only aware of a few instances. We most recently had a request, and again, we didn't have it specific to Sunday. It was the day of rest, because what it talks about is not having folks work on a Sunday unless in the perspective the next 6 days there's going to be a day of rest. I'm aware we did have a request for that over the holidays. It was a supply chain company, and they, in order to service or prepare fulfillment, they did say, okay, we're going to have no day of rest for some period of time. The workers are all amenable to it, but it is infrequent.
All right, thank you. If I follow up, just to clarify, it sounds like the department's interpretation of this law is if an employer is providing a day of rest that is not Sunday, they don't have any special hoops. Let's say restaurants often offer Monday off so they can work the weekend. They don't have to go through the department to say, we're moving our day of rest till Monday and we like the commissioner's
Correct. It would be
approval
looking for a day of rest.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Representative Avaloni.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Rudy, Deputy Commissioner Ogden. The no employer with, page 2, line 7, no employer with 10 or more employees in this state, would you assume that that would be full-time employees or part-time employees or part-time employees that equal 10 full-time positions?
Based on the way it's written, we would assume any and all, because in our laws, typically, we do not have a distinction between full-time, part-time. It's just a matter of a number of employees. So again, for purposes of the department's administration of this bill, we would look at 10 or more employees, whether they be part-time or full-time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Huff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Deputy Commissioner, for taking my question. The sponsor of the bill alluded to that workers need protection. And to that, I would ask, do you get complaints in your department about work scheduling and lack of rest?
No, but I would point out that perhaps we're not getting those complaints because there is not a protection in place. So I just want to be very clear on that. We do not get calls on this. But in part, I believe that might be because there is not an existing protection or provision.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Okay, seeing no other hands, I have no more. Thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner. I have no other pink cards. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Seeing none, I'm closing the hearing on House Bill 1094, and we have 15 minutes for the next hearing. I'm going to eat my soup. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Do the members of the Republican members of the committee understand that there will be a caucus after session?
So this rest period, who was on when I was doing my board?
You do enough here.
That came up. So example is the theater business. So normally your shows are at night and run pretty late. You're probably working there until 1 or 2 in the morning, and then Saturday the open matinee. So you have these mandatory rest periods. You can't have matinees anymore, or you have an entirely new staff to do your Saturday afternoon show. And it was completely inadvertently, but I ended up having several, the other side of the aisle who represented Seacoast saying, you realize what you're doing with this mandatory rest. Didn't, but now I do. We don't need many. Everybody knows that. Sleep in the
Not only do we have FAA regulations that require rest, we have what they call contractual bargaining, collective bargaining, which actually, in some cases, we make more restrictive to take care of those situations. There's a solution.
Another thing I like, if you're pro-union, you love the fact that there are these bad employers out there that you can go in and unionize the workforce. And
Exactly. It's the maximum unemployment insurance right now. Is it 26 or 23? Huh?
I think Will knows because he was looking at that.
26 weeks. It is 26.
But again, you can also put in extensions, federal extensions.
Yeah.
part-time employee just works on one day a week on the weekends. And her father got COVID, so then she had to stay home from school, stay home from work.
You are?
It's been a while.
It has been a long time. And then her sister got it, but that like 14 days. And then she got over that one, and then her mother got it. So everybody got it except for her in the house. So she missed like 2 weeks of school.
Okay, so we keep my mother happy. We got to be on time. Folks, I have been remiss, should have done this. These are the sign-up sheets, and normally what we do is we'll read them. You know, we didn't. We kind of had a hard time doing that online last year. We had so many people online; it was very difficult. They're all here for viewing. 2 or 3 people signed up. When they usually signed up, they all. Oh, in this case, it's almost every single person here who signed up also testified, for the most part. So if anyone would like to see these, but from now on, I will ask the clerk to get me these or whatever, or our assistant, so we can read them. Representative Sullivan.
I know we have the opportunity to sign on to bills either in opposition or support online. Are you getting those lists as well?
Representative, I think that just started 2 days ago. Is it? I thought they just re-implemented that.
It's been for a couple of weeks at least.
Okay, I have not been getting them. Go ahead, please. Representative Sullivan.
I guess if we're not getting copies of it and being informed of it, I'm not sure what the point is. I mean, I've been signing in on bills that I think are important, but if no one's ever seeing the fact that I signed in on it, I don't know why I'm doing it.
What I
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll give you my opinion in a second, but I have a couple questions. Valani, Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is the sheets added to the red folder at the end of the day?
I think they are, aren't they? Yeah, she's not ahead.
Thank you.
Representative Cahill.
Yes, my understanding was that you had to sign in on a bill like at a certain time in the morning if the bill was being heard. But as far as the report, I think it would be useful at least for our executive sessions to have not every name read, but perhaps the number of people who are opposed or in favor of. And I think the idea was to have the emails forwarded to the committee prior to the executive session.
Thank you. What I am going to do is specifically, I'm going to ask Heather when she gets them or whoever to make sure it gets sent out to that generic, the House Labor Committee site, so you will all have them. Specifically, Lino, I will find out just to make sure if those go in the permanent red file. And regarding prior to executive session, me reading them out, Mike, I would rather, at the end of the hearing, I read the blue sheets that are in here, and then be presented to everybody else, so everyone can see them versus me reading them off. Is that acceptable to everybody? Well, that's what I meant. Those ones online will be sent. We will request Heather send them to all of us. Again, at the end of the evening, it'll probably be the next day after people have the opportunity, especially if they, are listening and they want to make a comment or sign in before, in favor or against after hearing that. We'll give them till the end of the day. All right. All right. Let me find out. We'll be late on that one. Okay. Sorry, Representative Abramson, for the clerical things you have to deal with. I would open hearing on House Bill 1231 FN relative to failure to make payment of compensation and call on the sponsor, Representative Max Abramson. Welcome, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Representative Max Abramson, and I'm representing Hampton Falls, and Seabrook, and I'm here introducing House Bill 1231, which deals with workman's comp payments that are paid late. I became aware. I work in the construction trades, and I became aware, talking with other workers, that New Hampshire has, although we're great as a great place to set up a business, and we're one of the lowest tax states in the country and one of the lowest crime states in the country, a lot of great things about New Hampshire. One of the weak points has been that we've developed a reputation for not having the most responsive workman's comp system, and so we have a lot of blue-collar workers who, in the New England market, who will not work in New Hampshire, and the reason is that they've had a bad experience with being injured on the job through no fault of their own, and they get disqualified, and they have to hire an attorney and fight through the system to try to get compensation. The problem with that is while you're waiting usually 3 to 6 months to actually get compensation, you as the worker who have been injured through no fault of your own, you as the worker are facing these really high interest and penalty rates. You're not getting medical treatment. If you are, you're having to pay for the doctor's visits and x-rays and tests on your own. A lot of workers have faced eviction, repossession of vehicles, 29% interest rates on their credit cards that they have to pay while they're waiting to get reimbursements. They faced foreclosure, bankruptcy, medical bills or medical tests that don't get performed, so they can't get fully diagnosed until they actually go in for an MRI. MRI could be $800 or $1,000 just to look at a small section of injured tissue. Delayed retraining, longer recovery time, or inadequate care. Something that might be resolved in 6 or 8 months ends up taking over 2 years because if you don't happen to have the cash on hand and you don't have your credit cards are already maxed out, you can't get the medical care, and so you can't get the injury taken care of. So what the intent of the bill was, and I spoke with the Department of Labor just a few minutes ago, and they had a number of questions on the actual methodology. But the compromise right now on workman's comp is that we let the company take a discount. They pay only 60% of your base pay and none of your overtime right now if they start paying right away, and then covering your medical costs and your doctor's visits and x-rays. The formula that I proposed was that if a company is more than 60 days late, if they're dragging their feet or they're simply refusing to pay or they're forcing you to go through the Department of Labor, was to have them just pay 100% of your base wages for anything that's more than 60 days behind. But there are other formulas. There are different ways to do it. Right now, what's happening is the Department of Labor, in a particularly abusive case, they can fine the company up to $2,500. And there's also interest that the company has to pay for paying late, but that rate of interest is far, far lower. It's a very small fraction of the losses faced by the workers themselves. So if the company's going to dispute it, if the company's going to fight it, or the company's just, you know, dragging their feet, or they're being non-responsive, or it could be errors within, errors of communication among the 2 or 3 companies that are processing that case. It may be the company's fault, it may be the adjuster's fault, it may be someone just went on vacation or paperwork was lost, but it's not the fault. It's not the fault of the worker themselves, and yet the worker is the one having to pay, you know, the 29% interest rate on their credit card. The worker is the one facing vehicle repossession. The worker is the one having to pay for all the costs of some paperwork errors on the part of the company. So I'm not advocating for creating a hostile anti-business environment. What I'm advocating for is having a sufficient penalty, maybe even rewriting the bill just to increase the interest rate like anything else, to force the company,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for testifying and taking our questions today. Could you, on page 1, section lines 22 through 28, can you talk me through how you arrived at this?
Yes, I just use the same formula that's already present, where if the adjuster pays on time, that they pay 60% of the base wages. And I simply said, using the exact same formula, you know, minimum of 30% of the state's average weekly wage, or no more than 250% of the state's average weekly wage. That's the formula that's already used in statute. Instead of 60%, anything that's more than 60 days late, they would just pay 100%, on the presumption that the worker is actually having to fight the case. In other words, you'd no longer give them the 40% discount for paying on time because they're not paying on time.
Thank you.
Representative Cahill, followed by Sullivan. Representative Sullivan, followed by Mr. Cahill. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Representative Cahill. That was very gracious of you. Thank you for taking my question. Looking at the same paragraph that Representative Avalani was referring to, it says for payments made to an employee more than 60 days after the injury is first reported. So this would include the time period where a employee is reported but has not yet been approved for workers' comp. Is that correct?
Right. It's meant to get the adjuster to move a little bit quicker. Not if you're having to wait 60 days after an injury, that's 2 months without any pay. There are a lot of things that go into collections within 60 days.
Follow up?
Follow up.
If the claim is denied and the employee appeals the denial and eventually is approved, all of that time would also be contributed to the 60 days. Is that correct?
That would all fall under the higher 100% rate, and then anything paid once a judgment or a ruling is made against the company and they start paying on time, they would pay at the lower 60% rate. So in other words, it's what this is intended to hit the company with is, if you report an injury today and 2 months goes by and you now realize you've got to take this to the Department of Labor, you've got to hire an attorney, he's going to take 20% of your total, so that's going to take you down from 100% all the way down to 80%, and then you're still accumulating debt and you're still accumulating interest and penalties. So
Thank
it's
you.
meant to be anything that's more than 60 days in arrears.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I wanted to point out that I know you mentioned that through employees injured and through no fault of his own, workers' comp is basically a no-fault institution that we have to protect the employer from litigation. So it really is, the dispute may be that did the injury occur at work, or was it when mountain biking on the weekend, or there may be some other issues. I don't know, I'd be curious to hear from, of course, Deputy Ogden and our own chair, who's very familiar with workers' comp, if there really is such a problem in New Hampshire. I think we talked about this issue before with trying to incentivize prompt payment, and it may be that, raising the interest rate could be better, but can you tell me, I know you've also mentioned that New Hampshire has a lot of going for it, except, with the very low taxes. Do you own a home?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And I'm aware that the property taxes are going way up on the seacoast right now, but it's still an overall low tax burden.
Representative Manaville.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Abramson, for testifying. I'm afraid I didn't hear, I don't think I correctly heard your response to Representative Sullivan's question. Is it your testimony that the intention of the bill is if a claim is submitted and is the subject of some dispute, and then ultimately it's agreed or determined that it should be paid, is it at the 100% or at a 60% post some point in time?
Yeah, so that's a good question. It's the part of the claim that's denied and not paid and is just dragged out. Something that's a 60-day delay usually goes on for a lot longer than that. It's usually several months before you actually get payment. But once the company starts making the payment, if they're making payments on time after that, 6 months from now, that amount should be paid at 60%. But it's just like any other payment. If you're making your car payment or your credit card payment or payment on medical bills or what have you, if you're late, the amount that you're late is what gets charged the interest and penalties.
Follow-up?
Yes, thank you. Yes, thanks for clarifying that. And I assume, of course, that I should read this to discuss payments as those that the carrier are determined to be obligated to pay or agree to pay. I mean, this doesn't create some kind of no fault, where by virtue of the passage of time, payments become due. Is that a correct statement?
Correct.
Okay.
My intent was that this wouldn't cost employers anything. It would just, you would know that your carrier would start, getting a little bit more responsive.
Thank you.
Representative Cahill.
I think I'm going to beat Mr. Avalani to this. Would there be a cost to this that might be passed on to the people, the insured businesses, if the carriers have to pay more? Wouldn't this transfer to higher rates for everyone who pays workers' comp?
I don't think so, and the reason is right now, in business-to-business payments, if there's a penalty structure built in, businesses just pay on time. The unlikely event would be that a company has to borrow money to pay 6 months sooner, in order to pay on time, and the interest rate that businesses are paying, if they're paying 6 months sooner, the interest rate on 6 months is not a very large amount of money. My expectation is, my experience has been that with the complaints that I've gotten from people is just that the carrier is taking a long time to just process paperwork, that they're sitting on a case for a long period of time for whatever reason, that they would just move quicker if there were a penalty, a higher interest rate for kind of dilly-dallying, that they would move a little bit quicker. I don't think it'd be an increase in cost.
Thank you.
Representative Sullivan.
When I saw this, thank you for taking my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I saw this bill, it reminded me of a bill that we saw a few years ago from a representative from Lancaster, I believe. And it was based on his own personal experience. And I think when I saw late payment, it brought me back to his issue. And I believe his issue was dealing with insurance companies that were just really lousy at getting their payments out. So he was dealing with a late payment once it was approved, and it just wasn't getting his money. If it seems that this bill would apply to that, but only if a company was actually delaying payments by up to 60 days. Is that
right? If the payment were made within 60 days, there wouldn't be any penalty under this bill. And it is, what I have seen is that some insurance companies, they should not be in the insurance business. They might be in the insurance business because they're actually an investment firm and they found that they can bring in some revenue from insurance. The benefit of insurance is that something unexpected happens, with a car collision or life insurance or claim or something of that sort. The insurance company is supposed to pay right away. And it might be a very large unexpected cost, something that's completely random. For someone to be in the insurance business, they really need to pay out claims quickly, process them quickly, and pay them quickly. And some companies are not doing that.
follow-up?
Follow-up?
As I recollect, it was an issue such as that these companies just weren't accustomed to actually doing something similar to payroll, and were continually slipping up with getting the payments out on time. In memory of the representative from Lancaster, it would be nice if we could address that as well, but that's probably another bill.
Any further
Absolutely, I would agree with that.
Any further questions for the Representative Abramson? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. I'd like to call Deputy Commissioner Rudy Ogden from the Department of Labor.
Thank you, Chairman. Rudy Ogden, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Labor. As Representative Abramson mentioned, we just did speak briefly. The department relative to this bill, and not to rehash old things that have come up in your folks' questions, but we did have some technical questions, namely related to this issue of, as presently drafted, for payments made to an employee more than 60 days after the injury is first reported. I do think that it's worth figuring out where exactly you want to tether that to. You could very well have an injury reported and not have an order for payment or anything indicating that the carrier or the employer is responsible for anything until well after 60 days have passed. And that is not always a matter of people dragging their feet or not doing what they're supposed to be doing. It could be that you have an injury, you report that injury, you don't end up getting treatment until 90 days later, you don't have a medical bill, you don't have any missed time. So I just want to point out that in terms of if we're talking about late payments is somewhat different than just saying 60 days after an injury is first reported. The other thing we had as a question for purposes of technical consideration is where it says if an employee's average weekly wage is more than 30% of the state's average weekly wage, weekly compensation shall be, and then it goes on. We would just want to be clear that, is this intended to not provide this premium payment or enhanced payment to those individuals making less than 30% of the average weekly wage? So again, one way of structuring this, to the extent you're looking to do this type of notion, would be to just say everybody is going to get this enhanced payment upon late pay. The only other thing I would point out, just in terms of generalized information, I'm not aware of like this general discontent of, you know, workers all over not liking New Hampshire, other than we do oftentimes hear about folks don't like the fact that our indemnity rate is 60% of their average weekly wage. I understand there's a lot of, there's policy to that. I understand there was a compromise made in terms of why it's not 66. But I just point out that that is something we hear as a generalized complaint about workers' comp in New Hampshire. The other thing that we hear about in terms of complaints in this context is as under existing law, the department is entitled, if you have a carrier that is flagrantly late, Representative Sullivan brought up this notion. We have dealt with carriers before who have had a history or bad practice or pattern. They can be fined, but that fine goes to the department, and there have been complaints from individual or affected workers saying, I'm the worker, the payments were late to me. Yes, you fined them, and maybe that's a deterrent going forward, but the fine doesn't, you recovering that fine doesn't help me for my inconveniences or added costs or expenses that I've incurred. So that, again, I just point that out, not out of any sense of defensiveness, but just two instances in which the department has heard of concerns in this area. The only other thing I would point out, because you folks often ask, are we aware of? Yes, there are issues where carriers pay late. We do have instances where the check is supposed to be there on a Friday and the person doesn't get it till a Monday. When we are made aware of those instances, we go after, you know, the carrier. It's not always a fine. We're not issuing a fine every single time, but we are trying to work to get those corrected. But that does come up. I do think direct deposit has cured or alleviated some of these concerns. Not everyone, though, elects to do direct deposit. Additionally, when folks do direct deposit, sometimes there's a lag in setting that up where it, you know, they set up the direct deposit and then it takes some time to set in. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but just wanted to provide that additional context. And as Representative Abramson said, we did have some technical questions. If the parties want to move forward with this, we're willing to and happy to try and help in any way in terms of the language.
Deputy Commissioner, could you explain to the committee what the procedure is now in a scenario where an injured employee is unhappy with the handling of a workers' compensation claim?
So most oftentimes, if they're unhappy with something, if they have on their own, they would call and unhappy in the sense of how the claim has been handled.
If they're not getting their check, if they're not hearing back from the adjuster, this is the beginning of the claim. They're not, the employer hasn't provided the information on payroll, usually the first 2 weeks. That seems to be the issue, getting these things started. So I know what the procedure is in place, but I'd like you to tell everyone else how it works.
Yeah, when that person contacts us, whether it is in writing or over the phone, they're put in touch with a couple of different people in our office who then would go and say, okay, what do we have on file procedurally or process-wise? Where is this case or claim at? And then what that person does is they then go reach out to, if there is a carrier, or assume there is a carrier, they're reaching out to the carrier and saying, okay, where are we at on this? And they're trying to, you know, push. And what we're ultimately trying to do is we do understand this idea of feet dragging, needing bills to get paid. If there's a dispute, if the parties are actually into a ripened dispute, if someone asks for a hearing, by law, they're supposed to get a hearing within 6 weeks. Now, certainly the parties will say, oh, I want to continue this, or we're willing to continue it. We'd be looking for both sides willing to continue it. But I just want to, what our efforts are trying to do is, to your point, if someone's unsatisfied or they think something's not happening, we try and talk to the parties, get the parties to make and get everything in the file, what needs to happen. Then we try and say, is there a dispute? Does someone want to ask for a hearing, or is this something that can be worked out or taken care of? If it can't be worked out and taken care of, then it's like, okay, somebody asked for a hearing, and then we're trying to push it, okay, within 6 weeks, let's get a hearing scheduled so folks can dispute that issue.
Thank you. A few years ago, you had a workers' comp carrier that was notorious, my word, not yours, for late payments. I know the department addressed that, but what is the fine mechanism that you have the ability to bring forth upon an insurance carrier for late payments?
So 408 payment, as was mentioned by the sponsor, we could fine up to $2,500 for that incident. So if they're late every week, you could fine them per incident saying, you've been late on that payment. I will say in addition to fining, typically what we try and do is ask for a meeting with the carrier, and they've been in the situation where the carrier will send certain of their adjusters in or certain of their managers. Is it just people being lax? That are late, some are better than others, but we've usually been able to work through them and at least get them when we're aware of an issue on some type of track going forward.
Thank you, Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Deputy Commissioner. How do we define late? As far as the payments when they're due, or the speed of the claim being evaluated and determined? What are there some hard rules there?
Yeah, so in the most basic sense, if there's an order for payment, there will be an order for payment in which it'll say pay within X. If it's an indemnity payment, similar to almost a payroll, it's supposed to be set up with, okay, this payment is going to happen, and it'll be on Friday, and then there is a set schedule. And the carrier is aware of that schedule, either through an order or through an arrangement between okay, indemnity payments are going to start, they'll kick in, and they should be sequential after that.
Follow-up? So how long generally between the injury and the payment start? Is there a standard for that, or?
That's a really good question. I think I'd want to get additional information for that because, again, some of these cases, there's no dispute at all. They're accepted, they start moving, and payment could happen right away. To the sponsor's point, there are certainly incidents in which, the employee's waiting to see is the claim going to be accepted, but there's only 21 days to accept or deny. But sometimes what happens is if there's an initial denial, we denied it because we need more information. Please, employee, supply more information. And then sometimes the employee takes some time to gather it because, to the sponsor's point, if they don't have an attorney, and not everyone should need an attorney, but if they don't have an attorney, sometimes it takes the employee some time to gather that information, put together what they think is what's needed, and get there. So there can be delays. So I have a hard time, apologies, answering what would be an average case. I can certainly ask folks in the department. I think I could get a more credible answer than I can convey right now.
One more follow-up.
Follow-up?
Might there be delays in getting information from the medical community that's treating the patient?
Yes, I would say that there are many instances in which the parties are waiting for the medical record, that, okay, did the person see a treating physician? Has that made it where it needs to be? Do they have sufficient medicals to make a determination or move?
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for the Commissioner? I have a few additional. Approximately, ballpark it. No one's going to hold you to it. Approximately how many complaints do you think a month you receive for late payments?
For late payments?
Yes. And I'm not talking about the ones that Friday to Monday that, or what have you, although I know that's still an issue that you're trying to resolve, and the direct deposit has helped that. But I'm talking about someone that's a week late, 2 weeks late, things like that with significant issues with the carrier providing
A
payment.
handful of times a month. And when I say a handful, I'm probably saying 10 or less. I would say on average, that's the amount. Now, that might be happening a lot more than that, but I'm saying incidents of people actually calling in and saying, payments late, I need help. I would say 10 or less a month.
One final question, which you may not want to answer. Do you feel the fine is appropriate, or should it be adjusted?
I would say the fine's appropriate in the sense of if we wanted to issue a $2,500 penalty for every late incident, I actually think that you would see deterrence in there. And it's probably something I don't want to say out loud, but I do understand this idea of folks being frustrated that they're not getting the money. So again, a penalty from us I see as a deterrent, but the fact that that penalty in no way is then attributed or provided to the injured claimant, I see as is somewhat problematic. But again, that's a policy decision.
Thank you. I have to keep looking, Representative Mandeville, because I'm not used to saying your name, so I want to make sure I have it right. That's why every time you put your finger up, I'm looking to make sure I'm saying it right. Representative Mandeville, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Deputy Ogden. But particular to this proposed bill, in light of your testimony about the date the injury is first reported, would you either feel more comfortable if the trigger was some period of time, say 45 days, following a timely determination, or some other means of establishing a proper time frame that takes into account what the carrier has to do to deal with or adjust a claim?
Representative, thank you. I think that's a great question. To be clear, when we initially, the department saw this bill, we were considering it more akin to Representative Sullivan's point as a late payment bill. When I thought it was a late payment bill, I would say certainly we'd feel it more clear and comfortable if it was saying payment after a date where there's an order due or something like that. To be fair to the sponsor, if the sponsor's point is to say, no, I want to accelerate the entire system, this would accelerate the entire system, but I do think you're then running into those issues where payment was never ordered, the carrier never knew there was going to be payment ordered, and now it's past 60 days. So again, I think that's something that has to be looked at.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman? Thank you. That's why I said timely determination, because it could be a denial or an approval. And if it were an approval, then you're dealing with Representative Sullivan's situation. If it's a denial, then you're at a point in time where it either was or was not denied properly, and the chips fall where they do. But would that deal with both concerns while also allowing the carrier the opportunity to adjust it properly?
I think it could. I think that some adjustment in that vein could do that.
Thank you.
Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. So when you assess a penalty of up to $2,500, are you able to also make a determination of restitution to the employee if they had a late payment or considerable late payments, or it's gone beyond any reasonable amount of time? Can the Department of Labor order that they pay back this and plus interest plus fees or something like that? Do you guys have the ability to do that?
No. So presently what there is the ability for a penalty paid to the department, and there is the opportunity for interest on a payment to the claimant. So that could happen, interest on a late payment, but you would have no extraordinary payment or restitution to the claimant.
Thank you.
Is there a statutory interest rate? Is it 1% a month? Is there anything in statute?
It tracks to the same rate, and if you look actually on the text here of the proposed bill, it does track. We're using the same rate as judgments as under 336.1. So it's the statutory or the court prescribed rate of judgment on awards.
Thank you. Any further questions for the Deputy Commissioner? Seeing none, thank you very much. We have one last pink card. And that is George Russos from Orrin, Reno, representing a bunch of letters. New Hampshire ADIC and APCIA, XYZ PDQ.
It's just too long to write it all out, Mr. Chairman, so, but I will, I haven't appeared before the committee in a long time, so it's a pleasure to be here, and I will take the opportunity, at least this once, to mention who I am here representing. So, first of all, my name is George Russos, and I'm a lawyer with Orrin, Reno, and Concord. Our clients this afternoon are the New Hampshire Association of Domestic Insurance Companies, which is a trade association of companies that were primarily organized under the laws of New Hampshire although currently it includes companies that are chartered outside of New Hampshire but doing business here. And the second client is American Property Casualty Insurance Association, which is a large national trade association whose members write workers' compensation and other coverage in New Hampshire. So between the two, we represent not all, but I think most of the workers' compensation that's written in New Hampshire. I appreciate the discussion that's taken place on this bill and the questions that have been asked. Many of them are questions that we have about how to interpret the bill if we're applied. And I think that I won't belabor that because I think it's clear that if you are going to do something by way of remedy, the bill needs a significant amount of clarification to it is subject to a lot of interpretation. I think my clients were mostly concerned that where there are legitimate issues, why it takes longer to make a determination than 60 days, there would be an obligation retroactively to pay the increased amount of compensation. Also, it is, I think, unclear under the bill whether once someone is found to be obligated to pay the enhanced compensation, how long does that go on? So I think that's all been covered here pretty well. I won't say any more about that, but I would like to mention the existing law and the provisions for requiring timely payment that exist currently in the law, because I think that what we're talking about here is, if anything, it's an enforcement issue and not a question of requiring a payment, because timely payment is already required. And that requirement is contained in several places. One is in the section that this bill amends, which is RSA 281A42. This bill, as you see, adds a paragraph 5, but paragraphs 1 through 4 state what the obligation for payment is under the law today, and the penalties for not making timely payment. As the Deputy Commissioner mentioned, the Commissioner has the authority to assess a civil penalty of up to $2,500 on any carrier or self-insurer that fails without sufficient cause to pay or deny a claim within 21 days of notice. That $2,500, in my experience, has been applied to every payment is additional $2,500. So you can add up to a pretty significant number if there's an ongoing failure to make payment. The further requirement in that section is that upon failure of any carrier or self-insurer to comply with an order for payment of compensation, the Commissioner shall recover either the civil penalty or the additional compensation, both in a civil action in the Superior Court or in a civil action in the Superior Court. So that power and obligation exists currently in the law upon the Labor Commissioner. Furthermore, under paragraph 4 of section 2 of RSA 281A42, and I think this is significant and often overlooked, the Commissioner shall submit to the Insurance Commissioner the record of an insurance carrier who consistently fails to comply with the provisions of this section. If the Insurance Commissioner should, upon investigation, find the carrier to be in substantial noncompliance, the Commissioner shall order compliance. If the Insurance Commissioner shall fail to comply, the carrier shall fail to comply, the Insurance Commissioner shall suspend or revoke such carrier's authorization to carry out the business of workers' compensation in this state. That's a pretty strong power and a pretty strong penalty that would be imposed, the very lifeblood of a company, its ability to do business in the state. And I think that this power, knowing the insurance department, would be exercised if the department were made aware of violations, because no one wants, not my clients or anyone wants, a company to do business in this state that is willfully delaying payments made to an injured worker. That just doesn't fit any profile of what a company should be doing. I think we're mostly talking about inadvertent failures to make timely payment, and these are going to occur from time to time. A pattern of failure, then I think that should be subject, and I think the law already provides for it, for the harshest of penalties. Companies don't belong in New Hampshire if they're doing this. And I am mindful, my memory's a little vague, but I remember a few years ago that there was a carrier that was arguably engaging in that conduct. And again, if memory serves, I think that they were called to task pretty seriously, and that there was, again, if I recall correctly, a hefty fine, and that the actions of that company were, its conduct was addressed by the Department of Labor. So I think the tools exist right now. I should mention, too, that under the insurance laws, which apply to workers' compensation, there's an Unfair Trade Practices Act that applies to claims. And among those requirements is the requirement that payments be made promptly, claims payment. That's RSA 417. And that statute is supplemented by Rule 1000 of the Insurance Department, which goes into detail about a timely payment of claims. And that would apply to workers' compensation claims payments. Also, there is Labor Rule 500, 50602 of which provides that a carrier shall, or employer shall pay all claims as quickly as possible. And the rule goes on to define the obligation and the penalties that would apply in the event of noncompliance. So I think what we have here is an issue not of the requirements of the statute, but of enforcement of what already exists in the law. And it's hard, based on the testimony, to, at least for me, to get a handle on how extensive the issue is and the problem is. But even if there are 10 complaints at any given time, there shouldn't be. And so we're happy to work with the department. And if what is called for is a reminder to carriers of their obligation, I'm happy to participate in that. I think that the Department of Labor is able to get that reminder out to carriers, and that can't speak for the Department of Insurance, but I think that they too, who regulate the licenses of insurance companies, including workers' comp insurance companies in this state, might, and they've done this sort of thing in the past, either by bulletin or some notice to all carriers doing business in the state, emphasize the importance of timely payments of workers' compensation. I just suggest that as one possible way to approach the issue before we talk about making statutory changes that, like anything else, have unintended consequences. Again, I won't belabor it, but this will certainly increase costs if, for one thing, if an employee is going to receive 100% of his or her wage, 100% versus 60% tax-free, that there's an incentive not to go back to work. So that's one reason that there is a reduction from 100% in what is received under disability policies privately or under workers' compensation. Also, again, depending on how this bill is written, it would have a chilling effect on the denial of claims that should be denied by an insurance company because of the exposure if they're later found to have an obligation to have provided coverage, and if this 100% penalty is going to be retroactive to sometime in the past when the matter should have been accepted. So I'll leave it at that, but I think these are a couple of examples where maybe the remedy could be looked at a little bit more before you decide whether to enact legislation in this area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Russos. Your testimony has been very helpful. There's a few things I didn't know. I know the chairman, of course, knew all of this, but I didn't know about the insurance departments having that other hand in this. So, and it would also be quite a disruption for the customers of that insurance people if they're no longer offering the plan in the state, and all of a sudden they had no workers' comp. But could you tell me, I think the sponsor's main issue here was the preliminary payment and the delay in that. Do you have any information on how long it generally takes to process a claim, or how bad a problem this is from your perspective?
Thank you. I would like to defer to the Labor Department to answer that. I think they'd have a much better account on that. I think, though, that I think it's fair to say that these problems are not the rule but the exception, and that most cases are clearly work-related accidents or injuries, and they're paid, and as the system's designed to do, without lawyers or controversy, to just in a no-fault system to have the payment made and timely made. But in terms of statistics, I think the department would, because they'll get a first report of injury from the employee, and then the report from the employer or the carrier, and so they may have actual records that would be helpful in answering your question.
Well, the Deputy Ogden did say roughly perhaps 10 a month. Perhaps there's other detailed reports we could get and see just the ones that don't get a complaint, how long it takes.
Yes.
I will ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I will ask, Mr. Chairman, I will ask carriers. The first reaction that I got in talking with carriers is they were not aware of a problem, but that doesn't necessarily fully answer the question, and I will check back based on the testimony of the sponsor and the department and see if I can learn anything more that's helpful. But
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Russos? Representative Maniville, you're recognized. I'm sorry, Brian. Representative Maniville, then Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The unfair claims practices or trade practices acts in this state to which you referred, do they contain any kind of treble damages or other remuneration for a successful claimant?
There is, thank you. There is a private right of action that exists under that statute. It, I believe, does not provide enhanced damages, but I think it provides for attorney's fees. And in fairness, I should say that that's very, very seldom used. But to answer your question, it is in the law with respect to a violation of that statute, especially on a finding by the commissioner that the statute has been violated. I think it's prima facie evidence in a civil action that there's been a violation.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow up.
And not only attorney's fees, but compensatory damages presumably would be included. Thank you.
And it's my understanding you are correct. There are no treble damages when it comes to the insurance. Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Russos, for your input. I'd like to clarify something I think I heard you already speak to. Attached to the bill, we have the Department of Labor is unsure whether this will increase premiums for state, county, local government. The sponsor actually said he didn't think there would be any increase in cost, but I think I heard you say it will absolutely be an increase in cost. Specifically, I'm trying to quantify this for state, county, and local.
Yes. No, I'm not an actuary or anything, but I think it would be hard to conceive of anything other than an increase in costs if you're paying, in whatever number of cases, 100% of a wage rather than 60% of a wage for some indeterminate period of time at the state and local and county level, that would increase costs. I also think that the chilling effect that this would have, depending on how the bill is read, on the ability of a company to deny claims, which is their right and obligation on behalf of the employer to deny a claim that they don't think is compensable. But sometimes they're going to be held to have been mistaken. And if you go back retroactively, it's a big amount potentially that they would be exposed to, and they're going to think about that before they decide whether to contest a claim or not. And so that's another policy question. I think if there is a serious interest, as you know, NCCI is the real authority on, with its actuaries, on the effects of legislation on the costs of insurance, loss costs of insurance, and you might consult with them. But my sort of layman's view of it is that I think it would certainly increase costs. Thank you.
I see no other questions. Thank you, Mr. Russos.
Thank you, Mr.
I have no further pink cards. Is there anyone from the audience who would like to further opine on House Bill 1231 FN? Seeing none, I'm closing the hearing on House Bill 1231, and we have 3 or 4 minutes until we open our next bill. Yes. Representative Avaloni. On page 1231, workers' compensation reform and compromise. Well, yeah, under the first, I would say 9 lines. No, I mean, you know, I've seen this a lot when people they're trying to make their point before they change the law. I've seen much more inflammatory things. pre-employment background investigation. I will recognize Representative Trottier to introduce this bill.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of this committee. I am Douglas Trottier. I am a representative in District 6 out of Belmont. Today, before you, I'm presenting House Bill 1156 FN, which pertains to the pre-employment background investigations being released to certain candidates. My intent is to allow applicants or candidates who apply for any public service position, including fire, EMS, police, nursing, or other public service positions, and are required to take a background or submit to a background investigation to be able to attain a copy of the said background report upon completion. The current practice of most public employees will not allow that. Speaking with some police administrators, the reason why they do not release that information, it falls under RSA 5 Police Standards and Training, does have a class on it that is a guideline, but not a standard. So each individual agencies can develop their own standards on how they do background investigations. Okay? The information that is in a background investigation pertains to the candidate or applicant himself or herself and should be entitled to that. Some of the information that has been released, you know, I would like to see if somebody's doing a background on a public servant and they contact their employer, that it's in the personnel file. What I have come to see in some agencies that administrators actually keep a secret file that the employee has no knowledge of, and they present that to a background investigator. Or the part of hearsay is another thing. I do not feel hearsay should be part of a background investigation. There's many examples, I mean, because people can say whatever they want. So if there's going to be hearsay used, I think it should have to be something that they can provide hard evidence or documentation. For an example, if all of a sudden a police officer, you know, goes for a job in the background investigation, a administrator or somebody that is spoken to says, hey, just so you know, this officer has received a write-up for this behavior. Okay, if that's in the personnel file, then I understand that can be used. But if that is incorrect and there's no documentation of that, that should not be able to be used. Because false information can be portrayed incorrectly. So at this point, for an example too now, one thing we've been dealing with in the House is the exculpatory list or the Lori list. Sometimes officers have been put on that list without even knowing so, and they go for a position with another agency or another public service job, and that comes up. And they had no way of defending themselves. I know that's something we're working on to correct, but this information pertains to the candidate, and they should have the right to that. I know there has been a recent case in the Merrimack County Superior Court over a matter like this, and the argument was, when the person asked for the background investigation report, the argument was that under 516.39 that it was an internal investigation, and that's why it could not be released. The Superior Court judge ruled differently and said that a candidate is not an employee, which is required under the internal investigations. The judge said that just because you're given a conditional offer, that statute does not apply, and mandated that it would be turned over to the candidate because it was information pertaining to themselves. Then it was appealed to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled in favor with the Superior Court judge. So at this time, I'm not sure why anybody in an administrative position in fire service, police, EMS will not release that information. Again, you're not asking for somebody else's information or anything like that. It's pertaining to yourself. So you should know what's being said about you as a candidate. So if it's something you can correct, you correct it. I mean, it could be the part of a, they do a credit report, and you might have a bad credit report. And you don't get the job or whatever, and you don't know that, and there's no way of correcting that. It could be somebody went through a hard time, went through a divorce, something happened. It's something that could be corrected. So at this point, that's why I'm asking that, you know, we look at this bill and pass it. The other thing is, in my bill is, you know, being able to pass information from one background investigator from one agency to another one be prohibited because there's no standard. One department can do it one way, another department can do it another. So they should not be able to pass information on because it could be false information, and that could be defamation or harming to a person's future career in public service. So that's basically the bill. So I'm asking this committee to please consider this and, you know, make it fair so any candidate in the public service can have a fair shot at future employment and to correct issues.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for the presenter? Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for bringing forward this bill. I'm wondering, you know, if this is a criminal background check, and if there's nothing criminally that the officer or firefighter has done, why does that turn up in their personnel file?
This is not a criminal, it's a pre-employment.
Pre-employment, I see. Thank you for the clarification.
I mean, more than likely, if you are going for a public service position, you do sign a waiver to get a criminal record check done. But, I mean, if you are a candidate and there's something on your criminal record, you should know about that. It's more concerning when things are being said or provided that the candidate has no idea about.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Is there also an issue where, like, maybe your current employer doesn't know that you're looking for another position, and maybe you'd rather they didn't know? Is this a little awkward to have someone checking with your current employer?
No, I mean, some people do fear retaliation if they don't get the job, but usually, you know, it should be the part that you're honest with them. Hey, I'm looking for another job or whatever. And there are administrators out there that do get upset. And that's what I'm not looking at. It's when they provide hearsay that they cannot back up. Or they say something happened to somebody and there's no proof of that. My example was if all of a sudden, you know, you're the chief and somebody comes in and does a background on one of your offices, you have a personality conflict, you have... or he's upset that you applied for another job, and then all of a sudden you say, hey, you know what, this guy, he was a problem, he was always calling out sick, showing up late, doing this. Well, if it was a big problem, why wouldn't you do a write-up and have it in his personnel file and let him know? But then all of a sudden you do that when they go for another job. You give that information, which might be false.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Representative Avaloni.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question and testifying before us. Under public employer on the first page, line 18 and 19, could you just clarify what any quasi-public corporation is?
On the first page?
Yes, sir.
I don't see it.
Line 19.
Line 19. Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
You don't have lines?
I do not have
Okay,
lines on mine.
second paragraph, in this section, halfway down, public employer shall mean.
Shall mean the state and public subdivision. I can't answer that. That was something that, when the bill was written, that was put in there. And I'm willing to amend that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think legislative services writes that in a lot. I have a few questions. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Mandeville, you're recognized.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you rather go first?
No.
Thank
Good.
you. Thank you, Representative Trottier, for testifying. Obviously, this addresses the right to have access to the report, but also contains the section starting at, well, our line 11, that what the employer can use or won't use, and you've talked about hearsay as, I think, being your prime focus of what an employer shouldn't use or is not able to use. To me, the tricky question is what hearsay is, and I don't know if you intended by that word to track with what a legal meaning of hearsay was, including with all its exceptions, or something more like lay term, just something heard from someone else, which itself is a difficult concept. So if you could elaborate a little on how you would think we would understand and, if necessary, rein in the concept of hearsay for use here.
Okay. So basically, if all of a sudden a background investigator goes in and speaks to an individual about that applied for a position, they go into their agency or their place of employment, and the person they spoke with says, hey, I heard this person has this in their personnel file. But, and the investigator says, can you provide that for me? No, it's only something I heard from, a past person that worked here or somebody even before that. It's just something, I've never seen anything like that, but that's what I heard. So that's what I'm saying for hearsay, meaning by hearsay. So if all of a sudden, that same situation, hey, I heard that, this person did have a write-up for this, and they go into their personnel file, and it's there, then it can be used. I want something that's going to match up with the hearsay as hard proof or documentation.
All set? Representative Turcott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my questions, Representative. First question I have is RSA 275-56 applies to pretty much any employee and every employer in the state, yet the additional paragraph you're proposing to add 275-56A pertains only to public employers. Why would this not pertain to private employers?
Because I was focusing on the public more than the private. Because more than likely, public employees are going to ask for background investigations or ask you to submit to one compared to the private.
Follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that answer. Next question I have is, under the definition of public servant, it's going to be down close to the bottom of your page, where it talks about public servant shall mean a list of the following, and there's several that are included in there that I'm kind of wondering why they're including one legislators. Why would a legislator fall under the term public servant in terms of pre-employment background checks? There's a couple other ones I guess you could make the argument for also. Why are they included?
Again, when they wrote it, I explained to them what I wanted, and I thought that might have already been in there, so that's why I did not remove it. If they were not, I have no problem amending that and having it removed.
Representative Turcotte.
One more follow-up. Thank you,
maybe-
Mr. Chairman. Final follow-up, since this is targeted to public employers, I'm assuming most, firemen, police in general, or whatever, is there a reason this could not be something that you could obtain in a collective bargaining agreement?
Good question. A lot of small agencies do not, and not just that, not all candidates or applicants are in a union.
True, I understand that. My point is, you could include, as an example, as part of my union, I have access to my personal files, and that's included in our collective bargaining agreement. Is there a reason why you could not include in, say, you police or firemen, I don't even know what I'm assuming you're one of the two, why could that not be included in collective bargaining agreement, even to include a pre-employment background check? I'm sorry if I didn't ask that as clearly as possible.
Just trying to think of the appropriate way to explain it. Because most people or most administrators are going to fight this, as you're going to probably hear in testimony coming up. So I don't think it's the appropriate place to put it in a bargaining unit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Representative Sullivan, followed by Adigent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Following up on what Rep. Turcotte was talking about a minute ago, line 21 refers to B, public servant. Would it not be more appropriate to have public employee there rather than servant? Because we're talking about a pre-employment background check, and public servants, a lot of the public servants that are listed there are not employees.
Yeah. May I interrupt for a second before you answer the question? Just so I'm not confused here. Is the only part we're talking about of adding is and pre-employment background checks as in Bolden, and the rest is current law? Okay, I have that wrong. Okay, thank you. I apologize. Just wanted to make sure we're on the same page here. Representative Sullivan asked a question. If you still recall the question, you can.
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure.
No.
Sorry.
I was looking down at section Roman 2, Part B, refers to public servant, and I was questioning whether or not public servant ought to be public employee, because you've got a public employer above that, and employers have employees, not servants.
Yes, that could be amended.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Adigent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There seems to be a little confusion around public servants and the list of specific titles. Can you see any reason why an amendment to just make it anybody that has to undergo a background check couldn't receive a copy of that?
Are you looking for private and public, or public?
I would be, with the liberty of the chair to explain context, I would be interested in submitting an amendment to broaden it to private and public. But I'm asking you, because you are more familiar with the RSA than I am, having explored it, whether you could see any reason why that would be a problem.
Right offhand, no.
Follow-up question?
Just a quick follow-up. You also expressed a moment ago that you might have some familiarity with union negotiations. Would you agree that by removing a component from negotiation, it allows both the union and the management to focus on other parts of the contract that they might be more interested in reaching negotiations on versus burning fuel on claiming a background check?
Yeah, I could see them spending more time on other parts if we didn't have to deal with this in the union contract.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I have a couple. I just want to, I've never seen this in 16 years in this committee, so bear with me here. There are certain jobs in the state of New Hampshire. You were specifically looking at police, fire, EMTs is what you've mentioned a few times. If you would like to possibly get employed by the state of New Hampshire or a town or whatever, or if you would like to possibly get a promotion or a higher ranking job within those, if you're already in them, you need to have a pre-employment background check. Is that correct? Is that what you're trying to say?
So basically, if you're going for if you're a new candidate to an agency, police, fire, some EMS, they ask you to submit to a background investigation, yes. Once you're in the agency and there is a promotion, I don't believe they're gonna ask to do another background on you because you're already working for them.
Okay.
So if all of a sudden you're working for one agency now and you decide, you know what, I wanna go to a larger agency, smaller agency, and you apply, then you go through their process and then they're gonna consider you for the position. Then they'll give you a conditional offer and then do a background investigation.
Okay. A background investigation can include a credit check, possibly a criminal background check
Yes.
from either the state or the feds. Anything else that they can go see, talk to your fellow employees, your current, what to the extent?
So most, I'm more experienced on the law enforcement side. So once you get that, it's assigned to a background investigator. You fill out this questionnaire, you give it to them. They'll do a credit report normally. They'll do a criminal record, a motor vehicle record, past employment. They'll talk with employees. They're supposed to talk to your significant other, family members.
Okay. Very similar, as a friend of mine went to work for the NSA, FBI came to see me. Something similar like that, getting a background check.
Yes.
Asking questions. All right, so you have all this stuff done. You either do receive the job or you pass the check and they follow through with the conditional offer, or you fail and you don't. You would like to be able to review what is in that, the information that was obtained through that background check.
Yes.
Okay. What reason would the entity that requested that background check to be done not want to provide it to you?
I can't speak for them.
Are you aware if there's any potential legal action that could be taken against the people who perform the report, and that's the concern?
That could be, because if all of a sudden somebody gives false information, defamation, or something like that, I would take it. There'd be civil action.
Would you think an individual who was denied would want to be able to see that report to see if there's something in there that's possibly wrong because someone used an incorrect name, initial, or social security number to obtain that information?
No. I don't.
Well, my point is, wouldn't you want to correct it if something's wrong?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. I have no further questions. Anyone else? Mark, Representative Warden?
Thank you. Do you know of any circumstances where employees or employee candidates have used the right to know request, 91A, to try to get that information that would be required here, whether that's been difficult to get?
I've heard of, people have tried to get under 91A and was denied. The case that I'm thinking about, I don't think it was a 91A request. It was actually compelled by a court.
Any further questions of the representative? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to call Joseph Hobecki, New Hampshire ACOP. Did I say that correctly, sir?
Close enough. Hobecki.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Hobecki.
Hobecki, thank you. Apologies.
No, no problem. It's not a name like Smith or Jones, so. I have some written testimony I would, with
Feel
your
free
permission,
to,
sir.
Yes, please. Yes, you're welcome to do so.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Joseph Hobecki, and I'm the Chief of Police in Hollis, New Hampshire. I also serve as the current president of the New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police. I testify before you this afternoon in opposition to House Bill 1156 as introduced by Representative Trottier. Let me first say that although I genuinely respect Representative Trottier's position on this bill, I must disagree with his assertion on the issues he identified and respond in saying that this bill is not necessary and will harm what are and should remain rigorous and stringent hiring processes. I often say a phrase when we talk about hiring in our agency and with other law enforcement practitioners: show me a bad police officer and I'll show you a bad background investigation. And I have found that to be true most often. Within the bill, most glaringly, is the fact that the bill uses the term the employer, which would lead one to assume that a candidate for a position within a public service entity is an employee. This is clearly not the case, and as such, a candidate is and should not be entitled to receive a copy of the investigatory background report. My second point of argument comes with the following language, and if you could refer to the bill respectfully, I ask you to do so. If you look at lines 12 through 16, and I'll read it directly, the employer shall not use any prior arrest, charge, detention information in determining a candidate's suitability if such arrest or charge was dropped or if the candidate was found not guilty at trial or annulled by a court. This is very problematic for several reasons, most notable of which is the fact that it conflicts with the requirements set forth within Police Standards and Training Policy 301.05, which I've attached to my testimony. If you look at subsection G, numbers 2, 3, 4, 5, and 15, which I've highlighted, these certainly apply to the language contained within the bill that's before you and are a direct conflict with these requirements. I would also note that just because a person has had a charge annulled, that a charge was dropped or that an applicant was not found not guilty of a charge, does not mean that this would eliminate questions regarding the character and reputation of that person. That is specifically dealt with in subsection 15. Moreover, this should not hinder an agency's determination and right to refuse suitable employment to a person they feel would not be a suitable candidate for positions within public service like law enforcement, where individuals are entrusted with immense powers and responsibilities. In the 20-plus years I've served as a police officer, I've conducted a lot of background investigations for both sworn and non-sworn applicants. As any law enforcement executive will tell you, recruitment and selection of officers is one of the most important, if not the most important, function of a law enforcement agency. This also extends to other public service agencies as well, such as police, fire, et cetera, et cetera. Numerous times, I have recommended the disqualification of applicants, which stem from information developed from witnesses who are not listed in an applicant's personal history questionnaire. As you are aware, there's been considerable scrutiny and conversation about police hiring practices and how vetting processes, or lack thereof, have allowed individuals with suitability issues to slip through the proverbial cracks. As such, this is not the time, nor should it ever be the time, to diminish the ability of law enforcement agencies to conduct thorough and complete background investigations and to make a decision to disqualify an applicant given information gleaned from their investigation. There is already a process, which Representative Trottier spoke to, and some of you spoke to as well, for a person who feels aggrieved given the outcome of a background investigation or hiring decision. And that process is through civil litigation. If a person does not agree with a finding, they can simply follow civil process and ask that a court decide whether a finding regarding the suitability for employment or release of such information is legitimate or was legitimate. Finally, I would be remiss if I did not mention the privacy issues that might arise if this bill were to pass. What I'm referring to is those who cooperate with the background investigation and provide information detrimental to an applicant's suitability for employment. And this happens. Developed references, those are the references we look at. Those are the references outside the references in which an applicant lists on their application. And oftentimes, they possess the best information about a candidate and their suitability for employment. And those people that we speak to, they operate under the assumption that the information they are providing will be held in confidence and not used as a tool of retaliation. And this is critical. My last few points, I just want to mention a few things. First of all, the exculpatory evidence schedule was a topic that was raised. There was a bill that was passed, 105-13D, which clarifies the process that the Attorney General in the state of New Hampshire will follow in order to have a vetting process for officers who have exculpatory information in their background and to allow that information to become public. So there is already a process in place for that, and that's law. There was a bill passed last legislative session, I believe it was signed by the governor in November, RSA 226(1)(1), which deals with release of background information to law enforcement agencies. And so other agencies can call another law enforcement agency and obtain information relative to background investigation. To me, this seems like an issue with individual agency process. Representative Trottier spoke a lot about individual agency process and procedure. And to me, this bill is not necessary because the issue comes within those specific agencies that maybe don't follow a set process and procedure. Lastly, if you've ever conducted any type of hiring process, you will know that non-public employees trying to get information from a non-public employer is extremely difficult. And oftentimes, you can only get confirmation of dates of employment and maybe, if you're lucky, salary information. So with that, I ask you to please, respectfully, please find this bill inexpedient to legislate, and I will certainly answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. Early on in your testimony, you made a statement about a candidate who is rejected is not an employee and therefore shouldn't be entitled to receive. Are you aware of the Supreme Court decision that the sponsor referenced and the scope of that and how that intersects with your statement?
I'm not aware of that. And I wouldn't feel comfortable commenting on it, but I can certainly research that and provide further clarification to the committee if needed.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief, I have a few questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Got me in between a rock and a hard place here, Chief, because I have a lot of admiration and respect for the law enforcement. I'm tossed here as to what you're asking us to do. First off, I don't think anyone has a problem with, would you imagine, or would you, what was I trying to say? Would you believe, I have no problem with removing the items you talked about through lines 12 through 16 regarding the suitability and previous detentions, arrests, charges, et cetera, even if they're annulled. But I don't understand the concern that and I'm not going to call him an employer because you noted that as well, a prospective employer, I guess would be an more appropriate word. How would you like it if you didn't get a position for something and you couldn't find out why, or if there was anything in that investigation without filing a civil lawsuit?
From my experience, Mr. Chair, when a person is denied employment, and I'll speak as a chief, if I deny employment to a candidate based on a suitability issue, that candidate will be provided with a reason why they're denied employment. They don't just simply receive a phone call or a letter in the mail that says, thanks for applying, we're not moving forward. There's, whether it's a 2 or 3 sentence explanation as to why they were disqualified from consideration, is provided, because we don't want those questions for a candidate we don't want a candidate to have those questions. But in my experience, and I've done a lot of these over the years, the candidate knows exactly why they're disqualified. They know exactly why they're disqualified. There are rigorous processes, particularly with police and law enforcement background checks, multiple stages within a hiring process that we follow. And so it comes as no surprise, it should come as no surprise to any candidate why they're denied employment. It's not my experience, and I just feel this bill is not needed. It's not necessary.
Another question. You mentioned the process of the civil. So if someone is denied and they want to know why, under current law, you would not provide them a file of your background check. You mentioned they have to file a civil proceeding. Did I hear you correctly in saying that?
If they choose to follow that route.
Should they choose to do that, I guess I'm trying to find out, is it a futile effort to do that? Because in your case, if this was you, you would, it wouldn't be discoverable, or would it be, that file or that background check? So it's one thing to file a civil suit. It's another one for the person receiving the civil suit to ask for a summary judgment because based on another law, you're not going to get it anyway.
Can I give you a scenario?
Please.
Okay. So within Hollis, we operate a communications center, and it's a regional dispatch center. And although they're not part of the police department, they're a town agency, and they're governed by an advisory board in which I sit on. Last year, we had an applicant applied for a position as a dispatcher. And in the process of his initial pre-employment questionnaire, he provided information that the detective then verified was inaccurate. And it involved a case with a domestic situation with a former intimate partner. And this young lady was very concerned about the confidentiality of the information she was providing. And he was denied employment for that because it was a serious issue, and it impacted his credibility as a public servant. And he was provided notification why he was disqualified from employment. A few weeks after, I received a letter from an attorney requesting a copy of all the files collected relative to his background, including the background report. And when I received the letter, I certainly consulted with town council, and they told me that it was appropriate to deny the background packet to this applicant for the very reasons I just stated. And so I look at it not just in terms of confidentiality, Mr. Chair, but also protecting the agency and the town from civil liability if I were to release information that could then be held against the person that provides information to us in the course of a background investigation. There could be serious consequences, and to be frank with you, I don't want to be associated with that, and I don't want to be responsible for that. So if it comes down to it, if a person files a lawsuit a court tells me, requires me to do it, I will follow the court's order. But there is already a process for that. This bill is not necessary, in my humble opinion, and I say that with all due respect, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your candor, Representative Sullivan.
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few minutes ago, you said that if you deny employment to a candidate, you explain to them why. And then you followed that up by saying that this one candidate that you denied employment to was denied because of an issue with a former intimate partner who wanted to have it kept confidential. How do those two things mesh?
Well, obviously, we wouldn't provide specific information about the person providing the information, et cetera, et cetera. We would provide them with a general explanation. For example, I can recall the verbiage that I used for that one. It was due to truthfulness, given your, former activities or engagement in the information you provided to the background investigator on this date, you were denied employment. And I can tell you, he knew exactly why he was denied employment. There is no question that he didn't know that why he was denied employment.
Follow up? Actually, a different question entirely.
Sure.
You mentioned earlier that non-public employers sometimes give nothing other than dates of employment, et cetera. I believe that might be true of some public employers as well. Why is that?
I think they're genuinely, I don't know I can give you a correct answer, but my assumption is that they're concerned about the confidentiality of an employee's file. Oftentimes these files and records contain protected information, medical records, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think private companies have become very protective of what's included in those files, which, can be detrimental in some circumstances. I would agree with that.
Thank you.
I'm not sure which of both of you, Representative Avaloni, followed by, or Representative Turcott, followed by Avaloni.
Whatever. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question.
I know what you meant.
You were mentioning that you've been doing this for quite a few years, and so I'm assuming you've done many of these background checks. You also mentioned that the individual being denied the job generally knows, and I would tend to agree. I would think that would be the case. How many of your denials have actually, give me a ballpark on how many times you've denied an applicant employment, and then how many times your denials have resulted in a civil suit?
No civil suits. One request for background report, which is the one I just spoke to the chair about. And in total, I've done at least, I'm not trying to inflate this, but this is just an estimate. Background investigations, personally, between 75 and 100 in my time, and obviously as a chief, in the final decider of employment for folks. So I hope I answered your question.
That was perfectly answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Avaloni.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief, for taking the question. The pre-employment background check, if it is successful, would become part of the permanent file of the personnel file of the employee?
That is correct, yes. Having said that, there are parts that would potentially be protected, medical records, psychological examination, et cetera, et cetera.
Quick follow-up?
Yes, please.
So they would not have access to their psychological
They
evaluation?
would, outside employees may not necessarily have that. Typically, when we do backgrounds, we have an applicant file a waiver form, which permits us in contacting, say, if I'm hiring a certified police officer and I'm doing a background, or one of my personnel is doing a background, and they reach out to the other agencies will ask for that waiver for release of information because they want to protect themselves from not releasing information they shouldn't. Hope I answered your question.
Follow up?
Yes, thank you. So, so all that investigatory paperwork would be part of the permanent file.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, anything we gather and collect throughout the course of an investigation, background investigation, would be part of their personnel file.
And one last one.
Sure.
Here in New Hampshire, most if not all employees that are currently working or fired or moved on to other jobs have access to their personnel files.
Yes.
Would there be anything would be precluded out of the pre-employment background check that an applicant would not be available to get?
I guess I don't really understand your question. You talked about employers as opposed to applicants?
Correct. If there's an applicant that you have an employee has total access to their employment file.
That's correct.
You have an applicant that is looking for a pre-employment background check report of some sort or why they were denied. If it became part of their permanent file, why would we not be giving it to them?
To the applicant?
Correct.
Well, I mean, my take is an employee is entitled to those records. They're an employee. An applicant's not an employee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Mandeville.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for your testimony. I understand the back and forth about the access to information. My concern, as I mentioned to Representative Trottier, is a little different. It's based on my read, whether it's correct or not, of the sentence that starts at line 11. The source of any information used by the employer to determine a candidate's suitability for employment shall be in writing and shall not be based on hearsay. That seems to govern, it seems to me to govern to some extent what the employer can rely on or not. And of course, as we know, virtually every document is itself a piece of hearsay. And just to give an example, let's say a fire chief was looking at a candidate and called the next town over's fire chief who had employed this person before, and the other town chief said, well, we thought he was starting fires, but we couldn't prove it, so we just let him go. Well, that's rank hearsay. As I read this, that would not be able to be considered by the hiring department. And if it were written down in a report, that would be double hearsay, so it would be doubly impermissible. That's my concern. Do you, A, share that concern, and B, if this were acceptable to you in terms of access to documents or restriction of access to documents, is there a way you could see that would fit to make the review process as to suitability better?
I am concerned about the hearsay piece, Representative. I think it's extremely confusing, and I feel as though it would restrict an agency's ability to conduct a fair and thorough investigation. I can tell you a lot of witnesses develop references, listed references. When they speak to you on the phone, that's what they're engaging in. They're providing hearsay, and certainly investigators, a good investigator is going to attempt to corroborate that. Some things can't be corroborated. However, I don't think it should be limited that we can't use that as a determination or disqualifier of employment. I think any good agency is going to do their homework to determine the suitability of a candidate, and that's just one piece of the puzzle.
I have one last question. Chief, we got an insurance agent, we got a campground owner, we got a pilot, we got we don't do background checks.
I understand.
I understand. So we're not used to how this goes. So you're familiar with Chief Rance DeWare?
I am. He's a good friend.
Yes. Well, we went to high school together, so I have some good stories.
Yes.
But if I were asked X amount of years ago when he entered the police force, if I was asked questions and had to ask truthfully whatever, I might say some things about our high school antics. Please try to express to me how well in your tenure of having to do these, as you mentioned, you had done a number of these, that you're not going to take one piece of information from one person and you're going to, even if it's bad, something really bad, that what you do to make sure that you check all of that out, to make sure whether that was just we were friends in high school, but say I didn't like him at the time. Just an angry, took my girlfriend away, an angry guy versus, what kind of background do you do when you do these things? To really make sure, convince us that we don't have to be worried about hearsay.
Sure. So I work for an accredited law enforcement agency, and we have very rigorous standards on hiring. And my whole career, I've worked for accredited agencies, so we have, standards we have to meet in terms of recruitment and hiring. Without those, having said that, the police academy has rigorous standards defined in their policies that agencies must follow when they conduct background investigations. I've found, in my experience, that suitability for employment is a totality of information. It's not just based on maybe what one or two people say. Most candidates, frankly, are disqualified even before they get to a background investigation. And if they make it, oftentimes we see a high number of candidates who are filtered out during the polygraph examination. So there are very rigorous steps. And this is not, John Smith said that Joe Schmo is a bad employee. If that information is provided, a good investigator is going to corroborate that information to the best of their ability, whether it's verifying that information in some type of personnel record that they may have with the previous employer, or developing additional references that they can speak to. And I'll use the example. If I call John Smith and John Smith says Joe Schmo is a bad employee, you don't want him working for him, the next question is explain to me why, provide me with additional people I can speak to that can corroborate that information, and then I'm going to do the same thing with those people I speak to. It's not just a one and done type scenario. These investigations are extensive, they're time consuming. In reality, one background investigation could equal between 80 to 120 hours, if not more. So these aren't just done whimsically or with a lack of process and standardization. Maybe there are agencies that do it that way, but from my experience as a police officer, agencies are very careful with hiring, which is because of the quote I told you. You show me a bad cop, I'll show you a bad background investigation report. We understand the incredible importance that is associated with recruitment and hiring, and it all starts with recruitment selection of police officers. And I hope I answered your question.
You did, thank you. Any further questions for Chief? Representative Babaloni.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking another question.
Sure.
So the police standards and training sets a minimum requirement for a background investigation, or whatever minimum requirements is to make their academy. So that is the minimum standard that each department would have to have, and then the department would have to have additional or equal to that minimum standard?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
No
Mr.
further
Chair.
questions, thank you. I cannot read the last card I hear. I cannot read cursive. It looks like Lori. Oh, that was the lobbyist? Okay, we're going to wait a few minutes here. Yes, please. Lieutenant Brendan Davey, New Hampshire State Police. Welcome to the Labor Committee.
Thank you, sir. My name is Brendan Davey. I am a lieutenant who is the commander of the New Hampshire State Police Recruitment and Training Unit. Having been present for and listened to the testimony up to this point, being aware of the bill as introduced, I, too, stand in opposition of this bill and would state that my primary concern, and I've heard the question posed in a couple of different ways, why? why is it that we would oppose this bill? My primary concern is that of the chilling effect that I believe this bill will have on the ability of law enforcement agencies to conduct thorough investigations into what we're required to verify by virtue of the rules of Police Standards and Training Council's background investigation guidelines, which include verifying good character. Character and convictions are two very different things. I think we all can think of people who managed not to have very many convictions and had terrible character. Our job, especially given the reform that we've seen within the last year and a half or so within law enforcement, to include the Lee Act Commission and Governor's Executive Order 2020-19, which specifically compels us when conducting background investigations to ensure that candidates have not demonstrated a tendency toward unlawful bias toward any protected parties. The means by which we will develop and confirm any such concerns will mostly be through what has been accurately described as hearsay. It will be testimonial. If all who speak to law enforcement officers in the conduct of background investigations for prospective law enforcement officers have a reason to believe that whatever it is they express will be disclosed right back to the very subject of the investigation, I find it very difficult to believe that what is already a difficult job will not be made all but impossible. I echo the chief's concerns with regard to civil liability. I am familiar with the Superior Court case and can state that the Superior Court did acknowledge that it was their opinion that RSA 91A, I believe it's subparagraph 5, does hold background investigations as a matter exempted from disclosure under 91A. I do also agree with Chief Hobecki's testimony that the appropriate means by which to resolve potential issues and aggrieved prospective employees who didn't make it is civil litigation. With regard to other background investigations performed by other agencies, I can tell you that in the 4.5 years that I've been in my position, with the hundreds of background investigations over which I've held primary responsibility, those other background investigations can actually be some of the most useful pieces of information that we get, in that we will find patent lies committed by prospective applicants. We also hold that in balance with the question of whether or not the applicant, at the time of their filling out their pre-employment questionnaire with a previous law enforcement agency, had merely forgotten, just failed to recall, or had yet to commit an act that they have either since disclosed to us or that we've uncovered on our own. So it's really incumbent on us in balancing that authority that we have to intrude into what should be really private places in people's lives, with our responsibility to ensure that we're not putting sociopaths out on the street with hundreds of horsepower and weaponry, to be sure that we take every possible source of information and balance it all out the best that we can. Lastly, I would just point you to within the attachment that Chief Hobecki gave you, which are the POL rules, the administrative rules of the Police Standards and Training Council. On page 3 of 6, section C, the hiring authority shall include in its investigation a check of the following sources in order to determine the applicant's character, reliability, and honesty pursuant to below, and along with listing a number of sources to develop that information: past and present neighbors, spouses, landlords, acquaintances, and other and character references in number 8. I will tell you that in our own background investigations, I let our candidates know to a degree that I'm sometimes not truly comfortable with regard to bringing up the specter of civil liability, why it is that they did not pass muster. A great many of those conversations amount to what I would characterize as time and distance. You've made some error, you just got out of college, and surprise, you acted like a college kid. I need to be sure you're going to stop that before I can let you wear this uniform and go out and do what we do. So come back to me and I'll give them a certain period of time. And then there are other people who know, as the chief testified, they know exactly what the issue is, and so do I. And without even naming it, we'll agree to part ways, sometimes permanently. And then there are some that are just on the basis of what I will tell them, the totality of the circumstances in a number of areas of our inquiry. We have significant concerns with entrusting you with the authority you've asked for us to give you. And we'll leave it at that. So I'll state also that in my tenure, I have had one verbal request for a background investigation, a copy to be given to the person about whom that investigation was conducted, and one case that has arisen to a form of civil litigation. I think this proposed legislation, therefore, along with being problematic in many ways, with all due respect, is frankly not necessary.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for the lieutenant? Representative Seaworth, followed by Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for testifying. This may be a little too much of a question given your experience as one civil case. I'm wondering that should an applicant go that route and the court decides to award in their favor, would you think it's likely that it might be some partial information, that the court would look at all the documents and say, well, these should be turned over to the applicant, these we see reasons not to?
Yes, sir. I would expect something akin to an in-camera review. And in the Superior Court case of which I'm aware, that qualified not to be released elsewhere for us to look at in a controlled environment qualification was given. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, LT, for taking the question.
Yes, sir.
Could part of the pre-employment background check that's being requested be redacted so it doesn't rise to litigation or court review or anything like that? Could there be parts of it that could be, you know, their application could be given back to them, this could be given back to them, something to satisfy the need to look at that background check report so this doesn't need to escalate further up the chain?
Yes, sir. Redaction could certainly be a workable solution. My primary concern with it is that one will take no issue with the letters that they see. They'll take issue exactly with what we redact. And we'll basically be pointing ourselves to the issue.
Follow-up?
And thank you for the follow-up. So witness, I don't want to say witness testimony, but things like that, personal confidentiality that was given to the officer during the investigation, I mean, that could always be, obviously that would be subject to review, but that could also be redacted from the file and kept on your file because you guys must keep filing all your applicants for a certain amount of time.
Yes, sir. In any decent investigation, the investigator will always attempt to generate independent corroboration. At the same time, there are times where we deal with the lone voice crying in the wilderness, and the manifest weight of what we hope will be a chorus saying, hire this amazing human being, or please don't do this to society, will resonate. Yes, if redaction were a course, then we could redact whatever was appropriate to do so. Yes, sir.
Thank you for the answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Lieutenant. In the event that a person is not hired and does go to the court and the court rules in their favor, what would the remedy be? You're still not going to hire him. Would there be a penalty, a fine, or a judgment awarded, the dollar amount?
Yes, sir. My belief is, and I lack experience in this entirely, but my belief is generally most, including those who have been our employees, who sue us civilly, are not looking to come back to the place that has proven itself so unwelcoming, and rather they seek monetary damages.
Thanks very much.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant, I have one question regarding your civil situation. Civil means money.
Yes, sir.
You know, people come to get some money. But in this case, similar to when if you were in the room, I tried to testify against criminal justice this week. You want to find out the information. You want to get to see what was done. In your civil case, is it discoverable to get a copy of that report? Because one thing is to have a civil suit, but as I tried to explain before, if there are other laws in place that says, well, that's fine, you can sue us, but we're still bound under the law not to give you a copy of this. I'm trying to find out if it's discoverable, so filing a civil suit isn't just a meaningless act. Can they get the file if they file a suit through discovery? You understand my concern? If not, then why bother filing a civil suit if you can't?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I do understand the question.
If you don't know, that's okay. I mean,
I cannot with authority answer you yes or no. That said, I'm given to believe, based on what I've read thus far, that it does not amount to a fool's errand.
Okay.
That while there may be multiple angles of attack and defense, that from what I've seen from the documentation, sir, I believe it is a surmountable task to get through civil litigation, to get one's background, should it be probative in the view of the court presiding.
and as you said, if there's something in there that, let's say your state police does not want to see, then that's when you go to a judge for the in-camera. And they can look at it and make that decision.
I'm confident our legal would attempt to do that, sir, yes.
All right. I have no further questions. Representative Turcotte.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. We're talking a lot about civil cases and all this, and I just want to reconfirm, you've only been involved with one out of the hundreds of background checks you've done. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant, and thank you for what you do for our state. Any further questions? I see none. Have a good day.
Thank you all very much.
Lori, I'm sorry. Your penmanship is wonderful, but neither the gentleman to my right or left can read your last name. Oh, I thought that was you, ma'am. Lori Ortolano, I believe. Yeah, okay. She is not here. It's getting late and my representatives are fading. So we're just going to give her. I'm not taking a position one way or another. Oh, yeah. Oh, no one ever takes it. There you go, ma'am. Lori? I cannot pronounce your last name because I can't quite read it. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself?
Sure.
You're recognized to speak on House Bill 1156.
My name is Lori Ortolano.
Thank you.
I'm from Nashua, and I serve as the Vice President of Right to Know New Hampshire, but I'm not here representing them on this bill because we really didn't know about it and hadn't taken a look at it. But it sort of tied in with a bill that I spoke to today downstairs regarding access to allowing agencies to cross-reference personnel files and records for people seeking employment. And we did not support that out of concern that there might be information in those records that could be damaging and or the records would not be correct and the individual seeking employment would never know, and they could be transmitted to agencies or departments that could be within the state, could be federally, or could be internationally. And once they're disseminated and they're out, it would be very difficult to get control of them and correct any information that might be incorrect. This legislation I'm in support of personally. As a private citizen, I think expanding it to be relative to citizens, private citizens, is a pretty good idea. The question about quasi-public businesses, I think, applies to businesses that receive funding or do a majority of their work for the public. For example, we have a downtown business that's a nonprofit that receives half its funding from city money to do enhancements for the downtown. They would fall in as a quasi-public business. And I think some utility companies do too if they're mandated by public entities. So there is a public feel with that quasi-public language in there, and I think there's an opportunity to look at it in a public sense. I'm a little bit concerned. I understood the police department's issues and what they raised, but this bill had broader language to other departments beyond just the police department. And I think that if you are applying for a job and they're doing a background check and have a file, you're entitled to see what's in that file because misinformation can be put there. And, you know, I think some people may well know what's in the file, but you still have information that could be the word hearsay was stated, and we kind of said, well, hearsay can be anything that's said, but hearsay is something that can't be confirmed or proven or verified. So not all information that somebody would give would be hearsay. And sticking to information that is verifiable, I think, is important. You know, I understand the issue with annulling and the character issues for what has happened if somebody was falsely arrested or falsely accused of something and it turned out not to be the case. But there's a lot of other situations that wouldn't include that may affect hiring, where having a copy and getting that background check would be useful. And I don't think right-to-know law would work well. I think you'd find that the departments do deny it, that the legal counsel for cities would say don't give it out. And when I look at a whole, you know, pre-employment file, I would actually question why the whole thing is denied. I would think parts of it could be given out. And there's even an opportunity to redact if you think that someone's name who provided information was to be protected. You know, I'd rather see some effort made to give some information out than a blanket denial for 100% of it, because I usually think that's too extreme. I did a huge right-to-know lawsuit in Nashua in December, and trying to get records that I thought were public out of a assessing office was grueling. It's taken me 2.5 years, and it cost me $150 grand. This is a big suit, and I wouldn't, you know, encourage people to go through what I went through. And part of it was a police investigation in the assessing office. They interviewed all the staff, and I wanted copies of those interviews. And what was said, they were actually audio-video recorded. And the city went along for 10 months saying, we're going to give them to you, we're redacting them, we'll have them. Month after month, they're coming. And after 10 months, they wrote a letter and said they're fully denied. And I had to go into court for that. And I look at records like that, and their reason was, hey, when the people were interviewed for a criminal investigation, they didn't know it could become public. That's a reason? Are you kidding me? So, you know, to have to fight over stuff like that and use the court or in a civil manner is very time-consuming, very costly. You're going to be well beyond your employment window of finding a job. And I do think there's some merit, you know, that an individual, whether they're a public employee or a private employee, is going to want to know if there's information in that file that can be wrong. Credit checks can be wrong. We know that. It happens to us. And they need to be corrected because we're able to get a hold of them. And I think pre-employment background checks, just the individual who is applying for the job should be able to know what's in there. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for the presenter?
I'm sorry for being late, too. I was
No
running
worries.
downstairs. Run up.
Oh, thank you for your testimony. Nats Grays, New Hampshire MA.
Hi, I'm Nate Grace, the New Hampshire Municipal Association. I believe your card might be wrong. Is this HB 1156? It is, thank you. So the New Hampshire Municipal Association opposes 1156. We're particularly concerned about lines 11 through 14 on the bill. It says the source of any information used by the employer to determine a candidate's suitability for employment shall be in writing and not based on hearsay. Hearsay is a rule of evidence in criminal cases. It doesn't have a definition in our statute, so presumably we'd be using the New Hampshire rules and the definition of hearsay. Essentially, that would mean that any sort of statement is out of court and is being offered for its truth, and that doesn't really make sense in the context of this, what this appears to be trying to do. In addition, the lines that I've cited, 11 through 14, indicate that basically it's this pre-employment background check, which is really the only basis for denying this person, this candidate, the ability to move on to the next stage or to be hired. That's probably not the case. There's, anyone who's ever hired someone knows that there are a series of factors that you rely on. It's not necessarily going to be solely on one issue. I did submit written testimony. Hopefully you have received that. I submitted that electronically. I'm happy to take any questions that the committee has.
Thank you for your testimony. I see any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for hearing me.
I have no further pink cards. Is there anyone else in the gallery like to testify? Seeing no one, I'm closing the hearing on House Bill 1156. Thank you very much for your attendance today. I would like to hang out with a few of the Republican members of the committee, except for John Mackey, who's got to run physically. Thank you, everybody.